Isle of Wight Board of Supervisors, July 10th, 2025 meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to look over the agenda or make any amendments, now would be the time to do that.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes. Okay, Bobby?
Yes, sir. This time, you'll need a motion pursuant to Section 2.23711A of the Code of Virginia to move to closed session for the limited purpose of a discussion regarding the appointment of specific appointees to county boards, committees, or authorities as set forth in the agenda pursuant to subsection 1. Discussion or consideration of investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved in connection with a public-private partnership, or if made public initially, the financial interest of the county would be adversely affected pursuant to subsection 6. And third, a discussion concerning the expansion of an existing business where no previous announcement has been made of the business's interest in expanding its facilities in Isle of Wight County pursuant to subsection 5.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes. So we'll move to closed session. And we will reconvene our meeting.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, need a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes. Okay.
Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia, you'll need a motion certifying to the best of each member's knowledge only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as identified in the motion to move to closed session were heard, discussed, or considered.
Make the motion to certify.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes. At this time, Ms. Roundtree, you have a guest to introduce to us.
Thank you. I'm pleased this evening to welcome Reverend Dan Kim to the podium. He's the pastor at Trinity United Methodist Church, downtown Smithfield. And after you finish the invocation, if you could lead us in the pledge.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank
Want to begin by thanking the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity for the invocation, and especially thank you, Ms. Roundtree, for the kind invitation. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Gracious and eternal God, we pause in this moment to acknowledge your presence with us and give you thanks and praise for the beauty of Alawite County, for the people who call it home, for the leaders who have stepped forward to serve and offer a vision for this community. As we gather for this meeting, we pause to remember that you are the one who offers us that true vision, a vision that sees beyond the moment to see what is right, just, and good for all people. And you are the one who truly serves us through your Son, Jesus. Thank you for that holy and divine perspective that may guide the work done here tonight. As this board gathers to do the important work of governance, we ask for your wisdom to guide each discussion and decision. Grant these leaders discernment that balances progress with preservation, courage with humility. Bless their conversations with clarity. Bless their collaboration with patience. And bless their hearts with a desire to seek the common good. We also lift before you those who serve this community every day, all of our public servants, workers, first responders, firefighters, EMTs, police officers, those whose daily duties are to protect, heal, and to sustain the life here in Isle of Wight. Watch over them, strengthen them, and surround them with your peace. May they sense the gratitude of the people they serve and find purpose and dignity in their service. We pray for all these things in the strong and mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
At this time, we open for citizens' comments, but a few words before we start. This time is for the purpose of allowing members of the public to present any matter which, in their opinion, deserves the attention of the board. We ask that you clearly state your name and address and/or election district, and that you address the board and not staff or the audience. We ask that you limit your comments to 4 minutes. A timer with a lighting system shall be used to keep track of a speaker's time. Speakers will receive a yellow light warning 1 minute prior to the expiration of their presentation time. Speakers will receive a red light at the expiration of their time and will be asked to end their comments. If a speaker represents a group of 10 or more individuals that are in attendance, the speaker is allowed 6 minutes, and the group he represents forfeits their right to speak on the same topic. Speakers may not donate their unused time to another speaker. Comments on undecided public hearing topics are not appropriate for citizen comments. Public comment shall not be used to make political speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. We value your comments and welcome your input. We, as a board, will seek to address your concerns in as an efficient and timely manner as possible. Thank you. And we formally want to welcome the citizens, and we have one name on the list, Rose Thompson.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Thompson. I live in Smithfield, right in Windsor Castle Park. I am here today to represent the pickleball community in Isle of Wight. I'm a retired police officer from the city of Virginia Beach. I suffered a head injury in 2013. And one of the things that helped me rehabilitate after 10 years was pickleball. And it's changed my life so much that I became an ambassador for USA Pickleball, who is the governing agency for pickleball. They regulate the sport with rules and the paddles and all that. So what I've done so far is I've held free clinics in the county. I was actually holding some of them out at Huntington Park in Newport News until just this summer they decided to hire their own in-house person. So they're doing their own clinics and lessons out there. I am here because I'm asked, being the ambassador for pickleball, really I'm a volunteer and all I do is I try to facilitate anybody that wants to learn about the sport. I tell them where to go play, how to get started, and I get them connected with someone. I personally have seen it change many lives. We just recently had one person with Parkinson's that really couldn't do anything else, and pickleball was really the only thing back that he could get back in a shape with. We have a lot of youths, a lot of children. It's a nice sport because you don't have to be very athletic to play, so it really is very inclusive. I cannot present everything in 2 minutes, but I want to make myself available if the county decides to include pickleball courts in future plans. I've done some research. I have photos I can email if you like. It's just too much to cover in 2 minutes. I just did a little study of our community, what we have, and currently 84% of our community could have use of public pickleball courts. We have the highest percentage, a very high percentage of military veterans at 16% in Isle of Wight County, which statewide it's about 9.6%. And we actually, Isle of Wight is more than double the rate nationwide, which is 6% of veterans. And my husband is a disabled military veteran, so I understand the hard transition going back into retirement. I took some photos of pickleball courts that used to be tennis courts in surrounding towns and counties because I understand there's budgeting issues and I can help with that. I took photos of Elizabeth City. They got a grant through Centera to help do these courts. I do understand we have some courts in here, but they're not pickleball courts. I'm telling you this as a pickleball player. Pickleball is played on a shorter net and it's narrower because you can actually play around the post. So the courts, the two courts that we have, one at Nike Park and one at Riverview Park, they're not being used. They're dirty. I took photos of how they're not maintained. It's not the count. The Huntington Park is actually maintained by the folks that play it. So it's that simple. If you just we get people out there in a broom, and people actually bring their own blowers and do that. Anyway, I have just photos. These are all the people from Isle of Wight County that have traveled to Huntington Park to play pickleball. I'd say anytime I had a clinic there for beginners, it got filled within 2 days, and 80% of the attendees were from Isle of Wight County. Thank you for your time. I do not want to go over, but my email is on the paper that you guys have, and please email me if I can help with anything. Please reach out. Thank you so
very
much for your
Rose.
time.
Okay. Do we have anyone else that would like to come forward at this time? Okay. So we end the public citizen comment session, and now we have the consent agenda, Don, before us.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before you use consent agenda, we have a few items. We have several budget amendments. If you'll note, item A is for the Children's Services Act. This is actually funding to cover the shortfall from last fiscal year. As you may remember, this act covers families and children with primarily children with behavioral difficulties. And so this provides funding for counseling, for, in some instances, residential treatment, therapeutic treatment within the community. And so we do receive state funding. So a portion of that $300,000, $180,000 of that will be state funding. The $120,000 is the county's local match. So you would be approving the acceptance and appropriation of those state funds as well as the appropriation of the local funds. The second item is a Rescue Squad Assistance Fund grant. We've received funding to provide assistance to our fire rescue operation. This is funding actually from TIMS, which is Tidewater Emergency Medical Services group, that would provide a small grant for the pharmacy program that we operate in the county as a part of our EMS services. And that's just under $25,000. We received information from the schools. If you recall, just as we concluded the budget process, they found out they were getting additional state funds. And so they provided information previously about how they would use those funds. So this $1.1 million is the actual appropriation of those additional state funds that they received for the FY 25-26 budget. And I'm sorry, I jumped the gun on the TIMS allocation. There is an additional allocation of just over $6,000 from TIMS for assistance in our pharmacy program. The Rescue Squad Assistance Program is funding for our emergency services as well. And then we received insurance proceeds for a couple of vehicles in the sheriff's office that were total losses because of accidents. That funding is just under $55,000. You'll probably get a request at your next meeting from the sheriff to move forward on acquiring a replacement vehicle. And I suspect they'll probably come to you at some point and request funding for an additional vehicle. There were actually two vehicles that were totaled in the as part of the insurance proceeds, but the insurance proceeds will only cover the replacement of one vehicle.
Okay.
So they're probably going to come to you for that second vehicle. Item F is a change order. As you're aware, we are in the process of extending Gwaltney Way out at the Shirley T. Holland Intermodal Park. That project is nearing the end, but we are requesting an extension of the agreement so that we can complete the project. And so that's what this is requesting, a change order to extend the project out such that we can finalize it. And lastly, under item G, that is a budget transfer from capital projects to training for our volunteer and paid fire rescue staff. It will provide an opportunity for them to participate in online training through Target Solutions.
Okay, any discussion, members?
Mr. Robertson, so for Budget Amendment A, the Children's Services Act,
Yes.
is this to amend the budget due to an increase in percentage consumption of services? I mean, or is this to just take advantage of a match?
No, this is to address actual services that were provided.
So how do we miss the mark on budget? Was it an increase in consumption or?
So the budget on the front end is an estimate as to how many services or how many families we think we'll serve. The actual services provided greatly exceeded the estimate. This is happening all across the state, so it's not just us. the number of services that are being provided as well as the cost of services have gone up exponentially over the last couple of years. And you may recall back during the General Assembly session, this was a major topic of discussion. VACO was very much involved in the conversation around funding for CSA. And so this is kind of the result of those exponential cost increases that the states had to provide additional funding to the localities, but in turn, we have to match those dollars in order to cover the cost.
So how does the CSA interact with the CSB?
The CSB has representation on the comprehensive planning and management team, which is the oversight group for CSA. So before any funding decisions are made, we call it the CPMT just for short. CPMT meets, discusses the cases, and provides funding. The CSB, Western Tidewater Community Services Board, is a member organization on that team.
Okay. And then the Gwaltney Way Extension Project, item F, is this due to cost overruns, or are we getting in the middle of the project?
The funding is there. We've had some challenges with some of the construction having to be reworked. We've had some challenges and some delays between the construction management and the actual contractor. And so they're within a number of probably a week to 2 weeks in terms of completing the project. But it went past the anticipated, I guess, the date in the agreement.
The construction was expected to end, and so the construction management's contract was tied to that date. And there was a delay because of some soil conditions, and so that pushed the project longer. So the contract was expiring, and we need to extend the construction management phase.
Thank you for clarifying that. There are a bunch of different things that the word extension could mean. So
Absolutely.
it gives me clarity to know that it's a timing extension of the contract. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosing?
Yes, so moved. Do we have any appointments at this time?
You skipped over-
Excuse me,
Yep.
regional and intergovernmental reports. I like to skip over those sometimes.
No report.
No?
None.
Okay, so, do we have any appointments at this time?
I have one appointment that I'd like to propose. I'd like to propose Albert Burkhart to the at-large wetland board position.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosing?
Yes, so moved. Any other appointments? Okay, then. Special presentations and appearances.
Good evening, Chairman Rossi, Vice Chairman Jefferson, Supervisors, and County Administrator Robertson. Congratulations in person. I'm George Bowman, the Assistant Resident Administrator for the Franklin Residency VDOT, and I'm here tonight to give you some maintenance updates and to take any questions or concerns that you may have from your constituents or from you as well. As you know, I've spoke before that we have two different area headquarters in Isle of Wight, one of which is in Smithfield and the other is in Windsor. So I'll be speaking to both of their accomplishments and their next month's plans. So I'll begin with the Smithfield area headquarters. Over the last month, they've accomplished over 4,000 linear feet of ditching on secondary routes throughout the county. They've completed over 500 acres of contract mowing on the secondary routes. I'll pause there to let you know that the mowing contractors are in the process of moving in to complete or to get started on the primary mowing. There was a little bit of delay because of all the rain we've had, but they should be starting tomorrow, if not Monday. Continuing on with their accomplishments, we've had over 13 shoulder miles of tree trimming on secondary routes that they've completed, over 140 potholes repaired on primary and secondary routes, 300 linear feet of pipes that they've cleaned on secondary routes, 180 cubic yards of debris removed from the different storms that we've had. Over 10 lane miles of sweeping on primary routes have been completed. Drainage improvements on 1901 have started. We also have over 300 cubic yards of erosion and stabilization that they've been working on throughout the county. Continue on to next month, they're going to continue working on, we have a pretty extensive drainage project that we're working on O'Bray Road. We're trying to reestablish the ditches down there in the entire neighborhood. Part of our focus has been to move into these neighborhoods and not just take care of one drainage issue. We're going to look at the entire neighborhood because typically when we do one, we get 20 work orders behind that. So we're going to try to focus on routine maintenance in that location and do everything before we move out of there. Pavement repairs are going to continue on 620 Muddy Cross, and those repairs are getting ready for the pavement schedule that's getting ready to take place. They're going to continue pipe cleaning efforts. Some specific routes that we've got work orders on are 671 Country Way, 713 Blair's Creek Way, 682 White House Road. They're going to be doing a pipe installation on Route 683 Dews Plantation Road and doing some tree trimming on several routes to include 666 Berry Hill Road and Riddick Road. My specialty crew is also going to be moving in Monday, and we're going to be doing Blair's and Woody Acres. Those are the two surface treatment routes that we have this year. They've been dressing those roads this week, and we're going to go ahead and get the surface shot down next week, pending weather. Moving into Windsor area headquarters, they have completed a area-wide daylighting of signs, and what that terminology means is we're going in and cutting back the vegetation away from the signs, that so the citizens can see, you know, like the stop signs and the yield signs and all of your regulatory signs. The tree debris has grown over them and made them not visible, so you'll continue to see that throughout the locality. We're going to be doing that residency-wide. They've cleaned ditches on several routes, 612, 610, 632, 641, 33, 649, and 600. Crews have replaced different driveways on 612 Spivey and also on Town Road. Crews graded different roads throughout the residency, 647, which is Tings Road and Harry Wilson Road. Crews have patched over 26 potholes on Route 460 and 55 holes on different secondary routes. 28 cubic yards of storm debris removal have been removed over the last couple storms we've had. And crews have started the patching for Farmland Road. That's going to be a project that they're going to start this month. Farmland Road had a logging operation that moved in down towards the end, and they tore that road up really bad. It was beyond any type of repair, so we're actually going to go in and we're going to pull the surface treatment off of it and do some subgrade repairs, and then we're going to surface treat back over that. Pretty extensive little project that we've got going on down there. Some extensive patching is also going to be done on 603 Shiloh and 690 Ennis Mill Road. They're going to be doing some sweeping in the town, getting ready for different events. And they're going to be doing some sweeping on 258 and Route 58 bypass near the IP. Ditch cleaning operations are going to continue throughout the area in preparation for the paving schedule. They're going to be doing a drop inlet repair on Albert Court in Windsor Woods. And we've got our tree trimming contractor coming in to do some tree trimming off of 632 Myrtle Road and 601 Sandy Ridge. So that's what the two different area headquarters have going on and have completed, and I'm available for any updates that you may have for me.
Board members?
This time of year, we start to get queried about the way the median in Carrollton looks. That's your district, but can't help but notice, and I know that, just remind us the mowing schedule that you're on, you mow 3 times or something?
We mow the primaries 3 times a year and the secondaries twice a year. If we have an extremely wet season and we have to do an additional mow, we will. We'll have to shift the funds internally, and that'll take away from some of the other routine maintenance that we do, but we know that that's important. We also like to remind every opportunity we get that if there's a safety issue, sight distance issue, don't hesitate to call the 1-800-4ROAD, and we'll take care of those immediately, in addition to the regular cycle.
It's probably a good idea to republish the number, given the time of year. I have noticed between the bridge and, Brewers Neck and that it's already extremely high.
So what, just to elaborate a little bit, I did have a conversation with our roadside manager earlier this week, and what we've noticed is we did the pre-emergent, and if you look at the actual turf grass that's in the medians, the turf grass is only about 4 to 5 inches tall. What you're seeing now is the broadleaf weeds. There's a lot of weeds that are 4, 5, 6 feet tall. So we actually have an application that's approved through DEQ, and we're going to try that next year. We've missed the mark this year, but we're going to do the broadleaf application next year at the same time we do the pre-emergent to see if that's going to be able to give us a little bit more time. That's going to knock back the broadleaf weeds that you're seeing out there. They're the unsightly things that we're noticing all over, but the pre-emergent really helped us out this year, kept the actual turf grass back to a minimum. Once we cut that, that's going to take the seed head off, and it's going to take off. So you'll see we'll have to mow probably a lot quicker after that pre-emergent gets cut off. So you'll see those next 2 cycles probably come a little bit sooner than this one.
Okay.
This is me.
Bill?
Yes, sir. So the, kind of mentioned it before, I'll start on the northern end. The Bartlett intersection where we have curb and gutter, I mean, it's trash and debris build up. If y'all could try to clean that up when y'all out there mowing. Also, you'll notice that there's silk fence that has been there since the construction or the upgrade of that intersection has never been taken down, but you can't see it for the weeds. You're going to probably take care of this, but sometimes they don't cut back far enough at the intersection of Ben's Grant Boulevard and Brewers Neck. If they don't cut back far enough, you can't see oncoming traffic coming from Smithfield, and people have a tendency on that right turn, particularly when they're going to call it a yield. They don't yield like they should. That's going to cause an incident. But I know that when they've cut in the past, they didn't quite cut back far enough to where you can actually see there's a little, almost like a curve there, as you know, better than anybody. I've mentioned this to our county administrator this evening, but there's been some, my understanding is, and if I misunderstood, then I'll just apologize up front, but in front of the Rite Aid, what was the Rite Aid in Carrollton, there's a section of we'll call it grass, that Rite Aid or the property owners of Rite Aid neglected to cut, and there was another section that my understanding is VDOT neglected to cut. We just need that to be addressed. It's more than an eyesore, and as first responders, if they end up in any vehicle accidents or up in there, it's just going to be an additional hazard. Cedar Grove Road, is there a plan to do something about the washboard that we call pavement at the end of Cedar Grove Road in 17? It's been there for a long while.
Right before the light in the wheel
Yes,
house.
sir.
We've tried to repair that several times. We've got a sub-base issue there that I've got to get materials out to look at, because everything I've tried to do there, it fixes it for a little while, but it comes right back.
Okay, so but you're working on that, so people don't, yeah. Particularly for a motorcycle, it's not real pleasant. I heard you say something about Overy subdivision and doing ditches and stuff down that way.
Correct.
Are y'all going to also take a look, there's a culvert system down there that actually goes into one of the ponds, and will y'all be also just at least addressing any issues that might be associated with those at the same time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, thank y'all.
At this time, we have county attorney's report.
I don't have anything.
We'll all get out early tonight. Okay, we will move to public hearings.
evening, board members. My name is Amy Ring. I'm the county's Community Development Director. Your first public hearing item tonight is a conditional rezoning request for the PDMX zoning district. The project will involve two parcels, 3401, 50, and 50D. The property is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Deep Bottom Drive and Carrollton Boulevard. It was previously rezoned back in 2007, 2008, and I'll do a comparison of the two rezonings for you in just a moment. The current zoning is conditional urban residential and conditional general commercial. It is in election district 4. The request is to change the zoning district from conditional planned development, or for conditional planned development, mixed use, to allow for up to 147 townhomes and 1.5 acres of commercial. This is a location map for the property. As you can see, parcel number 50 is to the north of 50D. Deep Bottom Drive is slightly to the west of the property. Carrollton Boulevard kind of flows along the east side of the property. Clear Creek is the southern boundary of the property, and the Ashby neighborhood is just to the south of the property. This is the future recommended land use designation is found in the county's comprehensive plan. As you can see, it is designated as mixed use. And this is the current zoning map. Again, the frontage of the two parcels are zoned conditional general commercial, and the rear of the properties are zoned conditional urban residential. This is a picture of the property as you look at it from Route 17. And this is a picture of the property when you look at it from Deep Bottom Drive, looking into the interior of the site. As you can see, the property is currently vacant and undeveloped. The original rezoning happened in 2008. The Board of Supervisors approved a change for about 9.2 acres from RAC to conditional general commercial and another 33.3 acres to conditional urban residential. Proffered conditions for the project include an allowance up to 350 multifamily units and 8.5 acres or 75,000 square feet of commercial. 120 of the total units were designated as workforce rental apartments, and another 230 total units would be owner-occupied condominium units. Out of those 230 condos, you could have up to 39 units that could be workforce units, and another 116 that could be designated as age-restricted. Now, this was at the discretion of the property owner. There wasn't an actual firm requirement that these units be either workforce or assisted living, or age restricted. So with this most recent application, there was a change in the proffered conditions. However, I'm just going to go over a few of the other proffered conditions that are currently existing on the property. So some of the other proffered conditions included a maximum number of 2 adults and 2 children per rental bedroom, a prohibition against participation in the housing voucher program, a cash proffer of $13,611 for each owner-occupied market rate condo, another $1,470 for each age-restricted unit, and $5,790 for each workforce unit. There was a list of prohibited commercial uses, as well as a $632 cash proffer per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for the commercial space. Open space areas, architectural criteria, recreational amenities, and transportation improvements were also all part of the proffers, to include a northbound left turn lane on Route 17, a median break to be shared with the Archer's Mead project, an entrance on Deep Bottom Drive, right-of-way dedication for a future connection to Brittway, and if VDOT found it was necessary, a traffic light would be installed within 20 years of the date of approval. So this is the original concept plan. As you can see, it's kind of a bubble diagram, but the wetlands are shown along the northern property line of the property, as draining towards Clear Creek here to the south. The residential would be kind of contained in the circular pods here in the middle of the property. There would be a road that would cross between Deep Bottom Way and towards the southern end of the property towards Carrollton Volunteer Fire Department. And of course, the main entrance would be there on Route 17 where a future traffic light could be needed, as well as a secondary, smaller access onto Route 17 just to the north that would access the commercial piece of it, similar to what you're seeing over at the crossings, if you want to draw a comparison. So the new project would reduce the total number of residential units from 350 multifamily units to 147 owner-occupied townhome units. It would remove the age restriction and workforce housing unit criteria. It would reduce the total commercial space from 75,000 square feet to 1.5 acres, or up to 26,136 square feet. It removes the cash proffer for both the residential and commercial uses. It prohibits the same commercial uses that were prohibited before, as well as adding strip clubs, vape stores, and drive-through businesses. It retains architectural criteria and mandatory property owners association with maintenance responsibilities for all common and open space areas. It includes RPAs, buffers, wetlands, and streams in common open space areas. It retains a landscape buffer adjacent to the existing Ashby subdivision. It also removes the entrance from Deep Bottom Drive, changes the main entrance on Carrollton Boulevard to a right-in, right-out only, and provides a full access to Britt Way for access to the traffic light at the Ashby Way and Route 17 intersection. It includes a southbound right-hand turn lane on Route 17 to go into the property, closure of the existing median break on Route 17 if they develop prior to Archer's Mead, and an extended northbound left-hand turn lane at the Ashby Way and Route 17 intersection. So this is the concept plan that was included with the new conditional plan development mixed-use application. As you can see, the townhomes are situated here in the middle of the property. The commercial property would be located kind of in the right northern corner of the property, adjacent to the main entrance road that would be coming in off of Route 17. Again, all the wetland and RPA buffers would all be included in the common open space area. And as you can see, they've provided a full access connection to Britt Way here on the southern end of the property into the Ashby neighborhood. This is an elevation of what a typical residential unit could look like. So staff looked at the potential impacts for this new development on traffic, on schools, on environmental and historical resources. And the traffic impact analysis shows approximately the new development would generate about 2,137 daily trips, with 243 and 162 trips occurring in the morning and afternoon peak times, respectively. This represents a reduction in the total daily trips from 4,800, with 314 in the morning and 510 at night, anticipated from the original proposed development. The new development would generate about 402 additional daily trips to Britt Way and Ashby Way. The proffered road improvements meet the needs of the new development according to VDOT and county transportation analysis. When we looked at schools, the new project was expected to generate 43 students, with 13 new students for Carrollton Elementary, 11 for West Side, 6 for Smithfield Middle, and 13 new students for Smithfield High School. Based on the current program capacity and enrollment from September 2024, schools confirm there's enough space to accommodate the students currently. This is the total number of students with the new project actually represents a reduction from 59 students generated by the original project. Fire EMS staff projected 55 additional calls for service, with 47 additional EMS calls and 8 additional fire service calls. The department states sufficient capacity is available to serve the new project. The sheriff's office also said they had sufficient capacity to handle the additional calls for service. However, they had concerns with added potential impacts to traffic safety. The additional residents will continue to decrease the existing level of service for regional and district parks and community center services. However, the proposed development does include 5 neighborhood pocket parks with amenities such as benches, gazebos, playground equipment, and a walking trail, as well as the permanently preserved open space. Of course, they will be required to add their segment of the multipurpose trail along Route 17. A previous Phase 1A submitted in 2008 identified 32 acres of the site as having a high probability of archaeological resources and recommended a full Phase 1 study. The new properties actually were changed right before the Planning Commission, and they added that back in. The fiscal impact analysis estimates total tax revenues over 20 years to be $11,955 million and change, and cost for services and facilities to be $3.2 million and change, resulting in a factor of revenue over cost of 3.7. The Commissioner of Revenue was satisfied with the conclusions of the study. Of course, all these background documents are attached to the agenda if anybody watching wants to read some of these things for themselves. The project site is designated as mixed use and environmental conservation on the future recommended land use map. Like I stated earlier, mixed use areas integrate office, residential, and commercial and other uses in one master planned area. They should be located on major transportation routes where public water and sewer service is available, and they have the ability to be closer to employment centers, thereby reducing the total number of miles driven. Mixed-use areas should provide multimodal connections to the community, including non-vehicular as well as vehicular connections. Environmental conservation areas should remain largely undeveloped, and generally they consist of things like wetlands and floodplains. The project is generally consistent with these future recommended land use designations, as well as the PDMX, CBPA, and NDSO zoning district ordinance requirements. Strengths, after we did our analysis, staff developed a set of strengths and weaknesses for the project. Strengths include that the proposed project is generally consistent with the future recommended land use designation. There is sufficient school, utility, public safety, and emergency medical service capacity to serve the needs of the new project. Proffered conditions include road improvements to address traffic impacts. Conceptual plan is generally consistent with the ordinance requirements. Environmentally sensitive areas are included in common open space areas that are permanently protected and maintained by the HOA. And the project does retain a small portion of non-residential commercial development, which will generate employment opportunities and additional tax revenues. Weaknesses include that the Britt Way and Ashby Way will see an increase in traffic over and above what they currently experience. And the proposed reduction in commercial space reduces non-residential revenues. However, there are less traffic impacts as a result of this. I am available for any questions you might have following the public hearing.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the applicant this time?
Should pop up there.
Good evening, board members. I'm Amy Bokikio. I'm here with Land Planning Solutions. We're the planning firm for this project. Our office is located in Harborview in Suffolk. We have performed the engineering for numerous projects in Hampton Roads, one being Riverside Hospital and Culpeper Landing in Chesapeake, East Beach in Norfolk. So we really care about Hampton Roads and want to make it an inviting, wonderful place to live. I'm pleased to present a rare opportunity to actually downzone a piece of property to allow for this townhome community in about 1.5 acres of commercial property. Prior to Planning Commission, our team met with about 50 or so members of the Carrollton Civic League on Monday, April 14th. We presented our ideas and listened to their concerns and tried to incorporate those concerns in our application. Overall, we find that this project is less impactful for the county in terms of schools, traffic, and just all public facilities. We think that this would be a positive attribute for the community. As stated, the property is located on Route 17, north of the Carrollton Fire Station, south of Deep Bottom Drive, and adjacent to the Ashby subdivision to your west. The Isle of Wight Comprehensive Plan has continued to designate this property as part of the Newport Development Service District for over 20 years now. Thus, the property is anticipated or predicted to have, increased density in this area along the corridor, which is why the original zoning back in 2009 was likely approved then. The site also falls within the study area for the Route 17 Arterial Preservation Plan, which calls for limited new access points along the corridor, and it promotes interconnectivity between neighborhoods. The original 2009 rezoning and adopted conceptual plan shown above allowed for 350 multifamily units and about 10 acres or 75,000 square feet of commercial uses. One of the approved proffers from that rezoning in 2009 is key to this application today, in that the developer committed to providing a right-of-way reservation for a future connection to Britt Way. And I imagine that was discussed at length back in 2009 at the time of the rezoning. We are proposing 147 townhomes that are well suited for families moving to the area. We propose 1.5 acres of commercial that is situated at the site entrance, which makes sense and makes for a good transition off of the corridor. We envision a looped road system with pocket parks and landscaped areas and preserved wetlands along the northern portion of the property. We also propose a 70-foot visual buffer as called for by the county along Route 17, and that buffer would include landscaping and an 8-foot multi-use trail that would then allow folks to bike or walk up towards the public shopping center that was completed in the last year, as well as connecting folks to the south to the additional retail shopping area and post office. 50% of the site would be comprised of open space. That would be a mixture of pocket parks, trails around stormwater management ponds, and the wetlands and resource protection area. This is pretty rare to have 50% of the developable area used for green space. We're also proposing a 25-foot landscape buffer along the southern western kind of portion of the property on this layout between our site and the Ashby subdivision. This would help reduce any traffic or vehicular noise or light pollution and whatnot that may be experienced. However, with this plan, we think that those impacts would be far less when compared to the original rezoning and conceptual layout. Here you have a rendering of what the existing streetscape looks like on Route 17 in front of the property, as well as what the proposed streetscape would look like at maturity. We have several examples of the architectural styles for the townhomes, as well as some examples or inspiration kind of photos for a small scale medical clinic or office or small retail center just at the beginning of the site as you enter the property. We think that these are high quality materials without overpricing ourselves in the market. And although we don't have an exact commercial user at this time, these are kind of some example images of what we're aiming for. With regards to vehicular travel, the residential portion of the project would add an additional 71 peak AM trips and 84 peak PM trips. As far as the commercial, which like I said, we don't have an exact user right now, if we were to predict about 20 employees for that office or retail, then we're anticipating around 70 peak AM trips and around 20 peak PM trips. The proffered roadway improvements from the applicant include optimized signal timings for the Ashby Way and Carrollton Boulevard signal that already exists. So that would improve timing. The second improvement would be extending the existing turn lane and taper dimension there that I've highlighted in yellow so that that can accommodate more vehicles that are waiting to make any left-hand turn lanes or U-turns to make for a safer environment. In addition, the developer would install a no U-turn sign opposite of the Fat Boys kind of commercial entrance over there where folks may choose to make a U-turn. This intersection would be the preference. Ms. Oliver, the transportation director for the county, indicated that while the number of vehicular trips will increase for Brittway and Ashby Way, the proposed volumes are well within the tolerance of those existing roadways and the way that they were designed, and their character that exists. This is consistent with the recommendations that we received from our traffic engineer, Oliver Burke with VHB, who is present this evening as well. And these volumes will be comparable to those found in Founder's Point as well as Caresbrook. In our proffers, we deliberately excluded drive-through businesses after hearing from the community in order to further reduce the vehicular trips that would be anticipated. As far as site access for this property, for any developer that's interested in the site, there's 4 existing limitations that we're faced with. First, the Route 17 restriction is that you can only have one new right turn lane, or right in, right out, on 17 due to the other existing signalized intersections in the area. Secondary access must be provided from an adjacent site in order to meet secondary state acceptance regulations, meaning in order for the street to be accepted by Isle of Wight County and maintained. Secondary access will also improve opportunities for emergency access and promote walkability between neighborhoods. As far as the Route 17 median break, as Ms. Ring mentioned, this median break that currently exists where the black and white circle is on this diagram, that is proffered to be closed by the Archer's Mead development. However, if our development were to take place before theirs, we would close that median. Thirdly, access to Deep Bottom Drive unfortunately is not feasible due to the wetland impacts. The cost of improving the linear amount of feet of roadway to improve it to current standards is about 900 linear feet, which is significant. And then there's also future plans to cul-de-sac Deep Bottom Drive, and so that would really take away from the cost to improve that connection for folks to still not be able to make it out to Route 17. Last and most importantly, the current landowner has vested rights to tie into Brittway. Ms. Oliver noted in her memorandum that the new development must connect to existing platted stub streets, which is the case with this project. Therefore, our main access would be on Route 17 and the secondary access being Brittway. The original 2005 plat for Ashby West above shows how the existing cul-de-sac was temporary in nature and was recorded in that fashion. For 20 years now, the property owners have had vested rights to tie into this cul-de-sac, and so we ask that you bear in mind that a subdivision engineering plan could be approved through the planning department without any public hearing or board decision. Unfortunately, this was already approved in 2005 and then again revisited in 2009 with the original rezoning on this piece of property. From a land use compatibility perspective, it is quite appropriate to have a townhome community tie into a single family neighborhood. It is common for that to be a transitional use between a highly traveled corridor and a neighborhood that's situated behind it. And so we do think that this is a good decision and a good change. As far as school impacts go, as Ms. Ring stated, we're expected to generate around 43 additional new students. However, those students can be accommodated for in all of the receiving schools. And I would like to also remind the board that while we would be interested in potentially proffering advancement for things like school maintenance or operations, Virginia state legislation prohibits us to be able to do that. So since the school system has capacity, that's where we stand for impacts on schools. I'll conclude by highlighting the differences between the 2009 plan and the 2025 plan. So overall, we're proposing 203 fewer dwelling units, half of the previous density. They would all be for sale, owner-occupied townhomes rather than rentals. We would have about 50,000 square feet less of commercial, generating fewer trips. 80% less daily vehicular trips if you're comparing those figures. And additional green space and environmental areas would be protected. And then lastly, we do truly believe that this layout and this product type would be a compatible neighbor to all of the adjoining properties. I want to thank the board for your time this evening and considering this application, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. I also have our traffic engineer here this evening and Christine Early with our developer. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we want to formally open to citizen comments.
Mr. Chairman, can just for the record, can we reserve rebuttal at the end of the public hearing?
You have that.
Okay, thank you.
And at this time, I invite Richard Roughton. Correct me if I said that wrong.
Richard, excuse me, Richard Roughton, 15069 Chrissy Court, Carrollton. And I would like to thank each and every one of y'all for giving me the opportunity to come speak before the board. Myself, as well as most of the Ashby residents, are opposed to the Brittway cut-through. While we understand the owner-developer has the right to do whatever the county will allow him to do, the part we are struggling with is why would anyone think it's a good idea to inconvenience and disrupt the peace and tranquility of 135 homes for the convenience of one? Like the saying goes, just because you can doesn't mean you should. First, Ashby has no sidewalks or streetlights, thus creating an unsafe environment for the majority of young families and their children that reside there. Second, when the deep bottom exit entrance was discussed, we were told that it would cost the developer more to create an entrance or exit at deep bottom. Not that it couldn't be done, it can be done, but it would cost the developer more. So again, the cost and convenience of one is being put above that of 135 households. There are other alternatives, most of which have been discussed and appear or seem to have been dismissed. For example, the deep bottom entrance exit. It could be done. A left in, left out, right in, right out at the existing median break on 17. It could be done. I know it's close to Brewer's Neck, but so is Nike Park. It's the same distance from Nike Park to Brewer's Neck as it is from Brewer's Neck to the development, the break in the median, so it could be done. I hope you will consider the alternatives to the Brittway cut-through, and again, not allow the wishes of one to disrupt the dreams, peace and quiet, and serenity of an entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mark Rangos.
Good evening. Mark Rangos. I've lived on Ashby for 15 plus years now. And
Your address, please.
15104 South Braiding Court.
Thank you.
We're right at the end of Britt. Make a left and all this traffic's going to be coming right past our place. So on the way in today, probably about 5:30, it was raining really hard. And all of a sudden the rain stopped, sun came out, and we looked over to our left and saw a big rainbow over there. And I said to my wife, I said, that's the message. It's God's message that you guys are going to make the right decision tonight. So no pressure there, but don't upset only us, but the man above. Along with what Richard was talking about, it's inconceivable to us that you would take this small community that is not designed for two-way traffic and all of a sudden open it up and ram 400 vehicles per day down this Brittway. It's not designed for it. If you have ever been there, if you park a car on each side, there's room for one car to get by. There is not room for two. No sidewalks, no street lights. Now we're talking about adding, probably going from less than 100 vehicle per day trips with the current neighborhood, adding 400. So we're talking close to 500 vehicles per day down a small community street. So just imagine that. I mean, I don't know where you guys live, but just imagine flipping a switch and going from 100 to 500. Just, it's inconceivable. It's not the right thing to do. Now, some of our folks have been talking to VDOT, and to us, going down Britt is the easiest way, the most inexpensive way. It's not the proper way. Some of our folks have been talking to VDOT, had some discussions about some of the options, and I don't really think all the options have been fully explored here. But VDOT had told some of us that under the previous proposal, the developer was responsible for the access roads in and out of the development. Under the current proposal, the developer has transferred ownership and responsibility of these access roads to VDOT. If the developer maintains responsibility for these roads, they can access Route 17 just like the previous proposal. So that's what some of the feedback has been. A variance. Has there ever been any attempt from the developer submit a variance to VDOT to ask for direct access to 17, to avoid Deep Bottom Drive, avoid Britt, which is a disaster? I mean, Richmond approves variances all the time. Why couldn't they get a variance to do this? I mean, I know there's the big Route 17 arterial preservation plan that's been talked about, but I think there's some exceptions to that. And as before, and what Richard said, it could exit through Deep Bottom Drive. It was approved to do that previously, and it can be done again. So I'll leave it with you guys. Just remember the rainbow. And we pray that you make the right decision tonight.
But no pressure. Thank you.
No pressure.
Kim Rangos.
Hello Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. My name is Kim Rangos and I reside with that guy at 15104 South Grading Court, right smack dab where Britt's gonna come out. So first thing I want to talk about is the Britt Way thing. As everyone has been telling you, we don't have streetlights, we don't have sidewalks, but what we do have are families. We have families who park in front of their homes on both sides of the street, which, as Mark said, it makes one single lane coming down through that development. We also have kids, gobs of kids, and they can go down to their friend's house, 3 houses down, without any worry, got a little bit more money, but they don't have to go as far. It's right there. And I drove down Deep Bottom just yesterday, and the majority of the houses that are on Deep Bottom are set back. So I don't see their children playing in the front yard that is close to the street. And I'm not saying that they're not, but the children in Ashby actually play on the street. So there isn't traffic in Ashby that is going to, that we see the kids because we know they're there. Whereas it's a residential neighborhood, that's why they do it. Whereas Deep Bottom is a 2-lane road. The sign says Deep Bottom Road, not Ashby Way Development. So to us, it just seems like an absurd idea. And like Mark said, there are other options that we would like to see explored before this happens. And I have no ill feelings for the people at Deep Bottom, but it is a road, a 2-lane road versus a neighborhood with dead-end cul-de-sacs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tyler, excuse me, Tyler Mueller.
Good evening, you guys. Tyler Muller, 15088 Yarmouth Court. My wife and I just moved here last year. We just had our first kid in the neighborhood, so we're super excited to be here. I am, by trade, a land development consultant and professional engineer, so hope to just weigh in on this a little bit. I'd like to say, I think everyone appreciates the downzoning and what the developer is attempting to do. We supportive of it. We want everyone to have their slice of heaven, so we're excited about that. And then, but the only thing is, I oppose the connection to Ashby, and I would request that you require the developer connect to Deep Bottom Way instead. I believe the reason for this process is to be able to make discerned decisions and to apply the rules and the policies in a way that's responsible. So this is our chance to make that decision. I would just echo what was just said. Deep Bottom Way is a 35-mile-an-hour collector road on the comprehensive plan with that section zoned for mixed use and commercial. That seems reasonable. I would make the moral plea that sending all of the development's traffic through Ashby it is the wrong thing to do. And if the only reason for doing that is to not cross wetlands and to save a few trees, and instead we'll send hundreds of cars down a neighborhood where kids play in the street, I personally think that's morally reprehensible. I don't think that makes any sense. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. And I ask that you guys would ask that they do the right thing. And I believe that y'all want to do the right thing, and so we just need to be told what that is so that we can move forward and everyone can do what they need to do. Last couple things, just logistically and legally, VDOT's SSAR requirement, which says that they have to connect to roads that are stubbed. That's true. That's in the policy. I won't, for time, read all of that. But literally at the end of the section that says you can do that is unless it's deemed unsafe, then a waiver can be granted. In my line of work, we see that happen actually all the time. That's not a big deal. We cross wetlands all the time, cross RPAs. There's no undue burden. We wouldn't want to unduly burden anybody, so that's a very normal thing to do. So to protect the trees and risk the safety of the children doesn't make as much sense as it would maybe putting a road through the woods and helping people develop an appreciation and like a cohesive development within the environment. It would be my personal opinion. And then my last point would be legally. I know we've referenced the 2005 subdivision plat and the road there. I'd like to say I have it on the professional opinion of two owners of a land development consultant firm and professional engineers, on the opinion of two licensed surveyors who do subdivision plats daily, and on the opinion of the owner of Roth Jackson land development attorneys, that this stub at Brentway is not a legal stub to connect to. It is in fact a cul-de-sac that ends at the end of the property line. The right-of-way that was attempted to be stubbed was not done properly, and I can go into more of that with detail. I think that's pretty actually clear and obvious, unfortunately, so I would love to discuss that more. But if the developer's looking for the right thing to do, I think it's very easy out and everyone would be happy right away. If they're connecting because they say they have to, I have it on 5 professional opinions that is not true. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Kip Riddick.
Good evening. I'm Kip Reddick. I live at 15095 Yarmouth Court. I am a professor at Christopher Newport University. I, like so many others, was not born and raised in Isle of Wight, but when I was in the Marine Corps, my mom moved to Isle of Wight County, and so 50 years ago. And when I got out of the Marines and finished wandering about, trying to figure things out, I came here 40 years ago. And I was a cabinet maker down in Smithfield 40 years ago in the 80s. And so I was part of, helping people develop, right? I was building cabins for people in new homes and things like that. I understand the development. I've watched the county over the years grow. When I first moved here 40 years ago, I lived down on Smith's Neck Road. It wasn't even called Smith's Neck Road at the time. First little white house on the left when you're going down there. And I started building my own house in Ashby in 1992. And so I was in the original section of Ashby, and my kids grew up in that house, played in the woods that are in now developments, right? Behind our house where Britt Way is, and they also played in the woods up there in this new development, right? And enjoyed it very much. And so I'm rooted here. I love Isle of Wight. I walk at Nike Park 5 mornings a week, and when I don't walk there, I walk the neighborhood and ride my bike in the neighborhood. So that's sort of a qualification, right, where I'm at. I also, in my professional life as a professor, am part of a professional organization called the Study of Environment, Space, and Place. And I have publications in Environment, Space, and Place journal, professional journal. So I study also things like this, impacts in environment, space, and place. Now, my kids got to grow up and enjoy the neighborhood very much, and they're gone. They're all moved away, right? They all went to college and all have professional lives on their own. But now I see these new families, like Tyler mentioned, they have a new child. I know all my neighbors. I know a lot of the people on Britt Way. When I go up there, I see the kids that they've mentioned. I see the kids playing in the street out there, moving around. And I really want to reiterate that I do not think it's safe for those children, for these cars to be coming up and down that road like that. And you also have the dream of these families who moved there and didn't know this was going to happen and have raised their kids in that place. So I'm not as much affected as these other families are, but I'm speaking for them, that I hope that you can do something else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rachel Finch.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Rachel Finch. I live at 22500 Britt Way. For background, I have a doctor of physical therapy and work at Riverside Regional on the orthopedic and trauma units. My husband, Nick, has been in law enforcement for over 10 years, and he is currently a special agent at NCIS. As such, we highly value safety, physical activity, and community. Nick and I have lived on this street for almost 2 years, and in the Greater Hampton Roads area for 3. We moved here after only 1 year of being in Newport News, turning away from disorder and dysfunction, and seeking what many people seek when they turn their attention towards Isle of Wight: safety, tranquility, and community. We immediately wanted to buy our house before even seeing it. Driving down Britt Way, we fell in love with the well-maintained home ending in the quiet cul-de-sac. A house with a front porch to sit on and enjoy the weather and the birds had always been a dream of mine. Now we are faced with losing the quiet serenity that drew us to the Ashby community. Our safety is being compromised. We sought after cul-de-sacs. A street with a cul-de-sac promotes safety by allowing less through traffic and allowing children to play freely with less traffic. With 400 plus more cars driving by a day, the danger to the children, pets, pedestrians, and parked vehicles will be significantly greater. Quoting my husband, who couldn't come tonight, in my experience, there has never been an instance when the addition of high-density housing to a single-family neighborhood hasn't lowered the quality of life and raised the level of crime for a given neighborhood. Our community is naturally safer being a community filled with single-family homes. The proposition to allow a cut-through into our neighborhood for a community of high-density housing is unnecessary, considering the existence of Deep Bottom Drive as a secondary entrance, or the possibility that this neighborhood could simply survive with one entry and exits, as so many others do in Carrollton already. Contributing well-rounded, peacekeeping taxpayers contribute what makes this county great, so please don't drive us out with such unnecessary cut-throughs that downgrade our quality of life. If this is the case, many will probably seek the quietness of surrounding counties such as York and James City. Please come visit us on our street. We'd love to show you what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Lutz.
Good evening, Chairman, board members, neighbors, and all the neighborhoods involved. I looked at this all day long and I came up with kind of a strategy, you know.
Would you state your
Oh, I'm
address?
sorry, Matt Lutz, 22475 Brittway.
Thank you.
I compared these two plans and, you know, had to remind myself, you know, there's a plan that's currently approved that they could start building tomorrow, nobody could do a thing about it. The key points of this whole change in plan is the contention, well, for them, they got to reduce their building costs. Their costs went up over time. They can't afford to build today's plan. So you put a new plan in. And the big difference, the point of contention for everybody sitting here is the traffic plan. So if I was wearing a board member's hat, I would say, you know what, let's come up with a hybrid plan. Everybody's sharing the load today. Everybody should still share that load in the new plan. I'm sorry it costs more money, but as it stands now, the new plan is heavily, Brittway is assuming all of the traffic flow, pretty much. So that'd be one point. And there's a couple provisions in the director's plan. It talks about if VDOT deems a stoplight is required, then they have to pay for it and put it in. Under the new plan, they don't have to do that. So why would we eliminate, that's a pretty key provision, in my humble opinion, to carry that forward into the new plan. The other one that the proffers that's being eliminated that should stay is a full phase 1 archaeological and architectural study, which the county department said in previous phase 1A submitted 2008 identified 32 acres of the site as having a high probability of archaeological resources and recommends a full phase 1 study. The new plan says eliminate it. I don't know why, I'm sure the director does, but I don't see a logical reason why we should eliminate that requirement. If it's been done in other developments, why is it not being asked to be done here? My last point would be, and I'm not an expert on educational studies, 147 homes producing 43 students. I don't know if that's correct or not, but our neighborhood, and I'll just speak for Brittway and Christie Court, 28 houses, we produced 28 students. I don't know, I'm not bragging, I'm just saying that's the numbers that happened. So how does 147 come to 43? I don't know. I don't know the math behind it. I'm interested in how you get that number. Whatever. The other thing about the traffic study, I'm interested in math. I know you guys do it all the time. I'm not saying no one did it right, but at 2,300 and some change vehicles coming and going from that neighborhood, how does that not, I'm not getting how that equates to 74 peak hours coming down our street. Just running it through my brain, if 147 of those houses, half of them work at the shipyard, that's 75 cars right there that gotta go down Brittway up to the lake. They have to. So I don't even know if that number's correct, but I'm just throwing it out there. But at the end of the day, I think we should all bear the burden of the traffic, or no one should. So, thank you.
Thank you. And John, I believe it's Mazur.
Yep, you got it. Not morning anyway. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. John Mazur, 22480 Brittway. Want to thank you for the opportunity to let us all talk here tonight. I came prepared with a few things. A lot of people have stole my thunder, no pun intended. But I do still have a couple things I wanted to just present to y'all for your consideration. The first is you heard a lot about safety, and it's true. The kids use the street, ride their bikes with cars parked on it. They're kind of in the middle of the street. And there's a lot of kids out there. When I first moved there, it's the first thing I saw was kids going from house to house, just like you would want any subdivision to. So we talk about safety and all this stuff, and the study talks about a lot of good things. It talks about traffic, talks about architecture, talks about environment. I didn't see anything in the study at all talking about safety or assessing it between the two different options. I think that's important. I think it's something that definitely, like everybody else has mentioned, should be really weighed into this decision. The other thing I'll say is there are other options, like everybody else has mentioned. Whether it's a signal or deep run, you know, it dawns on me of the development up by Bench Church, how that road comes around Bench Church and goes into the new subdivision up there. That offsets left turns right now, and that's a good thing for traffic movement. And that's why they did that there. I think years ago they were talking about traffic circles and all other things. That solved that problem. Route 17's pretty much got the same issue. If you're headed northbound at 17 to Brewer's Neck, you got that long double left to get up Brewer's Neck. It's only a matter of time before that's not going to work anymore, and you're not going to be able to put triple lefts there. So, you know, bypass similar to up at Bench Church, you know, deep run would serve the same way, which in the long term would be great for the county rather than cul-de-sacking it. I heard them talk about cul-de-sacking it. I don't know when that plan is going to come, but I have seen the long-term plan. The long-term plan is to take the signal out at 17 in Brittway as well. So I don't know how that would affect anything. I think it's very far off into the future. So like I said, I think safety's critical. I also believe the traffic engineering numbers, and they can be debated left and right. It's subjective and there are assumptions made, and you can argue assumptions all day long. But when you have people coming out of this subdivision and taking a right on the 17 and going up to Brittway, there's in the AM peak, 55 of them are gonna take that and make a U-turn, which is a tough U-turn to make because there's a big grade difference there. To that 55, only 12 are going to come through Brittway and take a signalized left. I don't see that happening. I think if I lived there in this new development, I'd come up to the left and get a protected left turn out rather than 3/4 of the, 3 times as many come up and then trying to make a tough U-turn. So, like I said, you can argue that all day long. That's just my opinion. So, again, I do want to applaud everybody. I think it's a better option with the reduced units, the type of units and things like that. The walking trails and all that are great. I just, like everybody else, for the safety of your citizens, I just hope you'll consider other options.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other citizens that would like to come forward at this time that did not get a chance to sign up and you'd like to speak? Yes, please. State your name and your address.
My name is Sarah Whitley Scott, and the property I own is at...
You live at?
I own 14420 Carrollton Boulevard.
Thank you.
And I am the 5th generation to live there. So I'm here because I actually live in Raleigh, North Carolina. But that was my grandparents' property. And my grandmother received that property from her grandmother. And so when we talk about impacting Deep Bottom, there are people here who are 5th generation who lived there. And I understand that there's no phase 1 environmental impact assessment done. The irony in this all is my mother's family actually lived on that property that's being developed now. And so I was born at the piece of property that we're discussing. I know that we've taken Deep Bottom off the road, off the discussion right now, but there's been a lot of talk about putting that back on. I would suggest that we would go through all of the environmental analysis. By degree, I'm a chemical engineer, excuse me, with a master's in environmental engineering. there's property that's running across from Deep Bottom that assessment probably hasn't looked at. We don't know how it would impact those people, but I would suggest that if we put Deep Bottom back into the discussion, that we go through all of the environmental assessments and impact analysis. I understand that 50% of the property has green space, and I'm sure that's because there was no assessment done. So we just need to do a full assessment to make sure that everybody gets out of this what we really need that's best for the community. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak at this time?
Good evening. I'm Cassandra Ford, 22589 Deep Bottom Drive. I understand everybody's point of view right now, but like she said, we're fifth generation Deep Bottom. My mother is 86 years old, and she still lives on Deep Bottom. I can sit on my deck. The kids can play in the yard. We hate it when you got to do the through traffic and they're flying through there. So I understand how Brickway, community feels, because Ashby, they feel. But I feel like Deep Bottom is historical. It's history. And it's been there all of my life, and I'm 58. And like I said, my mother is 86, and she's still there on Deep Bottom. So I'm just asking, like the gentleman before, just keep us in prayer and see how this works out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, that closes the public comment.
Mr. Chair, the applicant has rebuttal.
Okay.
Good evening, supervisors and staff. My name is Christine Early, and I represent Allied Properties. I work for Allied Properties. We're a local developer. Our office is located in Moyock, North Carolina, but we work in Northeast North Carolina and also Hampton Roads, Virginia. We're under contract with the Brown family and the Roberts family to purchase this property with a successful rezoning. As you know, the current rezoning allows for a very high density, and we just don't think it was compatible with the surrounding area. It's 350 units, but these units were all, along with condos, apartments, and some of those apartments would have been subsidized, and it would have been a 3-story giant apartment style building, even with the condos next to Ashby. And we feel the 2-story townhouses would fit in much better. I'd like to clarify that we have proffered to do a phase 1 environmental, well, we've already done a phase 1 environmental assessment, but we've also proffered to do a phase 1 cultural resources study. So that's been proffered, it's in your packet. We have already proffered that. So I just want to clear that up. I also wanted to clear up the access on Britt Way. This Britt Way access was stubbed out to this property ever since 2005 with the Ashby West plat. So that was recorded in 2006. So ever since 2006, this access to Britt Way has been in existence as a stub out. And the plat also provided that the cul-de-sac was a temporary turnaround. It was never intended to be a permanent cul-de-sac. So the property owners have vested rights to this access. And if we submitted a development plan today, we would go through the the county review as usual, but we would just be allowed this access without any public hearing or without input from the public at all. So I would just like to point out that access has been there in existence for all of these years. And the Brown and the Roberts family have been paying taxes on 350 multifamily units ever since 2009. So they have been paying taxes on this property a long time, and they are long-term residents of Isle of Wight and also have rights to do something with their property. Unfortunately, the last rezoning was done at a time when the Great Recession hit, and then, it sat there vacant, because frankly, a lot of developers have walked away from the project specifically because of the deep bottom access. And I can tell you that that access was not feasible ever. We would have to get environmental permits from the Army Corps of Engineers, the Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, and our likelihood of even being allowed to destroy those wetlands and that stream are very low. I've talked to our environmental consultants, and I talked to somebody from the Army Corps and DEQ, and we would have to do an alternative access study, and we would have to show them why we need this access. And then they would find out about the other two accesses were allowed, and I'm pretty sure we would be denied. So I would just love to have your support of this rezoning. We think it's a much better plan than what's in existence now, and we are trying to do what's right for the environment and also for the community with a more compatible use with these homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board members? Before we start, I do want to take 1 second. Usually I close at the end, but I'd like to open by saying I really appreciate the citizens here tonight and the civility and respect everybody's shown, no matter what side you're sitting on. We don't always see that. And so I want to commend you tonight for showing that civility and that care, and on both sides. And it's not like one community is pitted against another community. Everybody has concerns, makes the rainbow sometimes harder to achieve. But we're going to consider well everything's been said. Okay.
So if I may, I'd like to echo exactly what you said. I think it's a testament to who our community is. Like, we have generations here that have been here, a number of generations that are in the room, along with new generations that have just moved here. So it's wonderful to see how our community keeps some of the traditions, and that is that civility to each other. There's a lot of questions here, I think, that have been raised. Some questions, but I probably should stop here before I start talking about a couple of questions. I always find it refreshing as a board member, really as a citizen that's serving my fellow citizens, when I'm reminded of my limitations, things like the word proffers and things like, if we were doing this, we really didn't have to be here this evening, we could just do it. At least that's what I heard, and I apologize if I heard that in a defense. So my point is, and I think it's important that the generations know that there are other things that are in the works here, and you need to keep your ear to the ground, and we'll do our best to make sure y'all are informed. That was one of the plans that were presented to us, and there's only limited things that typically come to us from VDOT, and that was one of them. So that there would definitely alter Deep Bottom in a way that I think the generation sitting here that have been on Deep Bottom would be more than concerned about. So I'd like to just make sure that's out there. Again, these are questions that I think we all need answers to. So where do we stand with that intersection, and what is the timeline if we even see the improvements in the next 10, 20 years, et cetera? I don't want to distract to the real, some of the other concerns that I have that are more specific to the development. I find it interesting, again, just a number of meetings ago, we had a firm or a group come here and talked about, when they talk about engineering intersections, that they're going to start now considering the human condition, if you will, or how people use intersections. I found that relatively refreshing, but ironic at the same time. And so we have this thing that says, you need two ways in and out of a development. And they say, well, what if there was an accident at the one intersection? I work emergency services, and most of the time an accident at an intersection doesn't take that long to clear, and is not usually such that you, particularly with law enforcement, that you can't get traffic in and out. But I would argue that having lived in Carrollton, growing up in Carrollton, and living in a neighborhood that one way in and one way out, when they came by our neighborhood, if they did, I don't know that they did it maybe once, and wanted to see what they could grab and get out the neighborhood with, they knew they had to come out the same way they came in. So they knew that maybe somebody in the neighborhood might end up calling, and they had to meet the deputy at the end of the road. The two means of egress, I think VDOT again, not to kind of get away from, but I think VDOT needs to reconsider the fact that that traffic flow, I think safety when it comes to security, should be something that's considered, and one means of egress does provide that. But it is a trade-off. But at the end of the day, everybody, they work for us. So it's what we want, not what some engineer decides looks best on a plan. The other thing is, and y'all will see this come up over and over again, it has to do with the traffic flow and the study on Route 17. Having, again, grown up in Carrollton, I find it troubling that it seems to me that a lot of times what we hear is how we're getting traffic going through our neighborhoods, or not our neighborhoods, through our community. And it doesn't seem to speak to us that use the roads to get to our grocery store, to get to work, to see our neighbors, et cetera. And I think the Brickway thing kind of echoes that same kind of sentiment. I think it was a good point that there are no sidewalks there. I would be curious that if we were building this today and that was going to be one of the two means of egress to this, would it have been constructed with sidewalks to accommodate people that have foot traffic? I'm sure that somebody's going to provide us with that answer, hopefully in writing. But those is just kind of, I don't want to monopolize all the time, but there's some things that just come to my mind. Some are at about 1,000 feet, some are a little bit more in the weeds. So I still have a lot of questions on this. Last but not least, the impact of county services. You know, I appreciate particularly our emergency services and our volunteers. I think it's a perfect time. We have a room full of our citizens and our constituents to remind the fact that the backbone right now, I don't take anything from our career staff and EMS, but the backbone of our fire service is volunteer. So every time we add just 200, just 300 homes and just this number, they're your citizens, fellow citizens that are going to have to get out of bed, drive their personal vehicle in most cases to their volunteer fire department and go provide that service. I don't know how long that's sustainable, quite honestly. I would encourage all of y'all to maybe talk to your volunteer departments and find out how it is impacting them. And these developments, and last but not least, during a number of years, you know, developments, it seemed to me, we heard rooftops for commercial development. I've heard that over the years, just living here, not so much on the board, but I understand it as being a board member. But the fact that at one point in time, it seemed to me that with residential development, you at least maybe broke even on tax revenue. You know, if you average the number of students and you average the what have you, that you might break even. And that is what I'm paying in taxes on my little house off of Oliver Drive may break even to the services that my family uses, which is okay. We can handle that. You might make a couple dollars off of me. With some of the unfunded mandates and stuff from the state, that's no longer the case with residential development. I see a lot of the residential development, yes, people need housing, but at the same time, we've got to be able to afford to continue to live in our county. And these developments are making it extremely difficult. And that's not all on just this development this evening, but I'm just saying that to say that's in the back of my mind when I'm looking at the impact on our community. But back to this, I am troubled with the Brickway access, and I get rights and all that stuff. I've been reminded at least once tonight, so that's all I have.
Okay. Renee?
I can just add to Supervisor Acree's comments and ask, Amy, can I ask you a few questions of staff? The piece I'd like to talk about is the commercial development piece. The request for rezoning is, you know, much decreased from the original plan that's currently approved. And in fact, I think you'd have to agree that the Tischler-Weiss study that recently came back, I know you sent us a copy of it this week along with the comprehensive plan review comments. Thank you for all of that. I was out of town, but I did see that I got it. In the study, much to Supervisor Acree's point, we were modeling out, as you know, because you probably memorized all of this, but we were modeling out different growth scenarios with residential percentages balanced by commercial percentages. And the scenarios don't get any brighter for us as a county as far as paying for things if we're not diversifying revenue. And in fact, if we are not pushing commercial growth above the 0.4%, which is what I think you held constant for the second scenario. In fact, we're going to be doing a lot of work, I think, again, as you know, on the new CIP. And I know you know we met last fall to talk about a strategic plan. I think all those things need to point in the same direction. And that direction is that the people that live in Isle of Wight County need services. They need, you know, we need to bring businesses in to protect the P&L, right? And our revenue. but also to provide things for the people that live here. So my question has to do, I guess, with all that to say, why do you believe, and maybe you should call on the applicant, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but why do you believe there was such severe decrease or cut by 2/3 in the commercial, square footage and developable space? I guess number one, and number two, why would there be a proffer offered to disallow drive-through, restaurants? I guess we need some of that, right? And some of those kinds of things. I know, I don't think anybody in the county that filled out the comprehensive plan survey didn't say they wanted a Chick-fil-A. Everybody wants Chick-fil-A, right? So, I mean, I think if you could promise everybody a Chick-fil-A at this site, everybody, maybe even the people on Brittway would be happy. I mean, I would be happy. But talk to me about those two things, right? Like, why the severe cut in commercial space, and why do you suppose we're going to profit for no drive-through?
Right, so I'm going to start off with what I understand the issue to be, and I'm going to ask the development team to kind of jump in and add to it if y'all don't mind. But I believe it is primarily to do with the access and the limited in and out, full access to the site that could be considered a hindrance to the feasibility of a lot of commercial at that particular site. I don't know if y'all want to add to that or not, but.
And I think, as we all know, the retail market especially has shifted drastically. After COVID, a lot of families shifted to online shopping and things of that nature, but then also in terms of medical services, office buildings, you're seeing kind of decreases in a lot of those areas of the market. If you think about in front of Eagle Harbor, there's several vacant parcels that could have commercial uses, and I think maybe that, next to a grocer or some sort of anchor lends itself better towards something like a Chick-fil-A or that kind of example anyway. And then also at the public shopping center, there's still vacancies there. So I think it's just taking the market longer to fill those spaces, even in those more higher visibility locations, whereas our site doesn't have that same visibility, that same anchor to kind of ground you and attract other businesses. So that's why our thought was that this would be a smaller scale kind of office or local restaurant or something like that could fit nicely as you enter the community without being too noisy or too disruptive to the neighborhood. So it's kind of that balance of having some commercial without it imposing too much on the homes. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know you've heard we're getting a hospital, right? And so there's a medical office building in the parking lot, and I would make the assumption, like in most areas around hospitals, that the medical services will probably be grouped or clustered around the hospital. It makes a lot of sense. And certainly there's the space for that. What we need are places to eat. That was shown in the comprehensive plan survey, and other things. I get it that there's some commercial parcels open, but she's not listening. So in any case, anything else to say about why you believe there was a proffer for
The drive-through is what they indicated was, earlier was,
Don't
it
think
would
you can-
reduce the amount of trips in and out of the development. The drive-through would cause more traffic, is what I
Yes.
heard them say.
And the residents' concerns from the meeting we had, that's right.
They didn't want to drive through. Anything else to add on that?
No.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thomas?
Yeah, I share the concern with the reduction in commercial based on the growth study and the impact that we saw with that, but I have specific questions about the project. I may have missed it, but how does northbound 17 traffic who intend to be customers or attend the commercial site, how do they enter the commercial area?
Our traffic analysis estimated that 50% of the vehicular trips would be coming from the north and the south. And so if you're approaching from the south, so say, City of Suffolk coming from that direction, you would be more inclined to turn left at the light or continue past the site and make a U-turn. And I believe it was almost like an even split as far as what folks would decide, but that's also a personal choice, and we can't exactly predict that behavior. but we do as best as we can based on other traffic studies that have been done for similar projects.
Okay, understand. A couple more questions. The model that you showed, the view of it, showed the power lines still above ground. The intention to have those remain above ground, or those going below ground as part of the project?
Below ground.
Okay, thank you. And then was a VDOT variance was mentioned tonight by the public. Was one pursued as part of this project at any time?
To respond to that particular question, we went through 3 reviews with VDOT on the conceptual layout, and we did look at all the options of a new signal or, still having the median break that's proposed to be closed open. So lots of different alternatives were discussed over the course of those 3 reviews, and the VDOT gave their okay on the traffic impact study, and that enabled us to move forward to Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So without VDOT's approval of the traffic study, we wouldn't have moved forward.
If I understood correctly the comments, and I am not familiar with this, but what I understood that the variance would be associated with one entrance vice 2. It's a variance to the dual entry type requirement. Was that specifically requested during this?
We did not formally submit a request in writing. It was more so review of the rezoning application and all the studies affiliated with it. Typically for a subdivision, even in other localities of 30 homes or more, you have to have 2 points of access sometimes. So for this number of homes, usually it is the preference that there's at least 2 points of access. And then in dealing with an arterial corridor like Route 17, where it's significant for, the peninsula and the south side in terms of, everyday commuter traffic and those sort of things, you especially would want to limit new access points on Route 17. Now, at the time of the 2009 rezoning, the regulations may have been a little less stringent. They may have allowed a secondary point of access directly on 17, but not with our review today under the current regulations.
Thank you.
Any further comments? I'm looking at this and a project that started 20 years ago, and that always, sets us back a little bit. I do appreciate the fact that you've done a reduction in terms of units coming in. I think as I look at some of the projects going on today, there's too many residential units going in and not enough manufacturing or commercial business going in. We need to generate revenue and reduce taxes, but when we have so many residential units going in, it only really bumps up our need for additional revenue. I also appreciate the fact that we're looking at both sides of this, and there's concerns whether it's deep bottom or the stub out. And I think the question came up, and one gentleman that had spoke was an engineer, and there's a question of whether that is a legitimate opportunity or not. And I don't know if that's been discussed fully enough, or if we have a firm answer. I'd like Amy to come forward and discuss that for clarification purposes.
Unfortunately, our visuals seem to have gone kaput on us tonight, but I would bring up the plat that was recorded that Amy mentioned in 2006. But you would see on that plat, I believe it is attached to your staff report as well, it shows a temporary turnaround at the end of the Britway cul-de-sac, and there's a note on the plat that says it is for a future connection.
And it goes all, the
Yeah.
the bulb of the cul-de-sac doesn't touch the developable property, but the actual property does connect. I mean, there is a connection, and the plat has been recorded. The people are living on that street that is the same street that would be challenged if it was somehow improper, but it is, there it is.
Right.
Next one down.
Yeah, I was going to show you the note.
Yeah.
There's a
We only
note
have this
10 on the
screen.
plat, yep, that shows the hatched area shown within and adjacent to temporary turnaround to be reallocated by separate plat upon future extension of proposed Britway. So this is the temporary turnaround with a note to see note 10,
And
And
you'll
it
see there on the
does,
north side of the cul-de-sac, it is touching the boundary of this property.
And these are privately maintained roads, or these are VDOT roads?
These are
VDOT road.
roads.
VDOT road. It's been
And-
dedicated.
As a VDOT road, I flew back in from New York and drove through this neighborhood this morning on my way home. There's a lot of boat trailers stored in this temporary turnaround and many cars parked in the cul-de-sac. So, I mean, are there rules against that? How is that allowed?
I believe it's trailers of a certain size or over a certain size are not permitted to be parked in the right of way. If you're under that and there is on-street parking allowed, there's nothing to prevent it from being parked.
And they weren't parked like along the curb of the temporary turnaround. They were parked like out into the actual space.
Again, that, if someone makes a complaint, the sheriff would go out and determine if those are illegally parked and cause a hazard to traffic.
I guess I don't really understand, the promontory was recently approved in the town of Smithfield. Just gonna draw a correlation for a moment between the two developments. Was recently approved in the town such that the residential development has an egress through the commercial development that, adjoins Tractor Supply or whatnot. So have we tried hard enough to connect all of these things so there's an alternative that doesn't mean going through a neighborhood, but that would attach somehow to the existing commercial or even the fire department lot? I don't know. There seems like there's got to be other ways to get out of property.
Right. So currently, as one of the speakers mentioned earlier, as well as within our own subdivision ordinance, it says that when you have new development, you have to make, if there's a connection available to the property through an adjacent development, that you have to make that connection. The only exception would be if you were to have, say, a private development like a condominium situation or a multifamily apartment complex where you had drive aisles and parking lots rather than public roads that were owned and maintained by VDOT. That at that point is considered a single user site, and that connection would not be required at that point from VDOT.
So you couldn't waive that requirement?
I could not waive that
We
requirement.
couldn't waive it?
I believe you could ask for a subdivision waiver, an exception to the subdivision ordinance.
Because those kind of things come to us all the time, right?
I was reading that earlier in the week, and I was reading the statement that you'd made. The second requirement is that new developments must connect to existing platted public stub streets adjacent to the new development. So it came to my mind, okay, well, first of all, would it be possible to have a variance on that? But second of all, is what impact would that have on the new development?
So they would have to ask for a variance from us as well as VDOT. So
Right.
they would have to get two. And then they would, of course, have to do a study of, what impact that would be to future residents coming out of the development. And they would have to do a whole new TIA, because then all of your left-hand turns would be U-turns versus connecting through to a light. So.
I just
what
want to
the
make sure we
resulting-
cover all the ground.
Right.
That's obvious to, maybe to you and me, but not necessarily everybody here. And the impact is significant in this discussion. Members, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to move that we table the rezoning amendment for the project.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Do we need a date or Bobby?
I was going to say, what is the board looking for from staff and the applicant? I know the questions that you've asked. Do you want this tabled until staff has an opportunity to give the board a draft, or do you just want it to be back on for next month, or?
Yeah, I'd like to figure out how to get more commercial square footage out of the parcel. And I'm not satisfied with the answers, really, like if we've gone to all the depths of asking about the waivers for the traffic.
Maybe they could approach VDOT and just see what they would say about those options. At least we'd know where they stood on it.
It also allows for Mr. Jefferson to have some time to process if he hasn't already, and also speak to this
Yeah.
applicant.
Good point.
Okay, to the next meeting?
To the next meeting, to our next regular meeting, and then if we're not ready, we could let the chair know, and we will, of course, have the agenda posted.
So that'll be
people
the
would know.
second meeting in August.
Second, it's.
August 21st.
21st, I think.
Sure.
Is that right?
21st.
You want to restate that motion so it's clear?
I'd like to table the rezoning application 24-11 Bridgepoint Commons conditional zoning request till the August 21st regular meeting.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Stefano?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes. Do we need a break at this time? Okay, we'd like to take a 5-minute break. And we can hear from the
Most of my
EMS fee schedule, please.
Good evening. Gary
evening.
Winley, Chief for County Fire Rescue, and this is a revisit to what I presented last month on increasing the EMS billing rates. So just as a reminder, the background of this, the cost of what it is costing us to provide EMS in the county, we offset that cost by collecting revenue from insurance providers and patients. Those insurance providers are Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurers, and then private pay. And rising operational costs is necessitating the rate adjustments. We also, if you remember, had the unfunded mandate that got put on us last year of the pharmacy and having to exchange out our own medications. So for an example, I brought and put in a form or in a table here to show you how our medical supplies are increasing. Some of these things that you see up here, these are supplies that we use on a daily basis, and they're going up 20, 30, 56%. That Flexall splint orange rolled that you see that has gone up 56%, that is a splint that you put on somebody's arm if they break their arm or break their ankle or something like that to immobilize that. That has gone up by 56%. In the proposal and what has been advertised, the rates, these would be the proposed rates for BLS transport. We would go from $550 to $675. It is advertised, I'm gonna ask you to revise this next number, the ALS 1 transport fee from $850. I'm gonna propose to reduce it down to $801. I'll explain why. And then the ALS 2 transport to $1160, and a new fee of the specialty care transport of $1325 for basically a very critical interfacility transfer of a patient, say from Riverside Smithfield to Riverside Regional or to Norfolk General. So in last month's presentation, you guys asked me to go back and try to find a formula, if you will, to the Medicare rate. How do we determine how much we go over the Medicare rate? So I've made phone calls. I called third-party EMS billers and asked them how they advise their clients on what to set their rates at. The third-party biller I talked to said that they advise their clients to go 2 to 3 times higher than the Medicare rate, and the private insurance companies will pay it. We're not going anywhere close to that. But the third-party vendors, that's what they recommend to their clients. So last month when I put the spreadsheet up and showed you what the regional people or the regional agencies are charging, we're basically going to what Portsmouth, York County, James City County, and now I found out Williamsburg also is in that same fee schedule that we're asking you to go to. So I asked the question, how did you get to these numbers? Because everybody was the same. So how they came to that number is they all are at 1.5 times the Medicare rate.
Medicare allowable.
Medicare allowable, correct. So if you take the Medicare allowable, multiply it times 1.5 for the BLS call, you come up to $675.
I thought their numbers were like 0.99 or something. I didn't think they were rounded numbers.
No, they were. Two of them were rounded numbers.
So do these numbers you're proposing match theirs?
So example, the Medicare rate's $450, Medicare allowable is 450.20. I think we left off some cents here. We rounded off to the 675.
Okay.
We didn't get the cents. So, again, last month when I made the proposal, this ALS2 or ALS1 transport, you're right. We just picked an arbitrary number of increase it by $200 to go to $850. If we use the same math on the Medicare allowable of 1.5, this number should be 801.91. So I would propose tonight to take that rate to 801.91. And then the ALS2, that 1160 is 1.5 more than the allowable rate. Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, so being somewhat ignorant, but it seems like ethically, I just don't like what I'm hearing. Because we're going as high as we can when we don't necessarily need to. And it sounds like everybody else is doing the same thing at a time when we're trying to reduce costs, medical costs, drug costs, and so on down the line. Help me understand this a
So,
little bit more.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we get to that, he is making a presentation.
Okay.
We're going to have a public
Sorry.
hearing, and then it'll be time for questions.
Okay. True.
The part that doesn't increase any money out of citizens' pockets for the service is the safe harbor that we have, and again, was talked about in the last month's presentation. Safe harbor ensures no additional out-of-pocket money is required assessed to residents of Isle of Wight County. Co-pays that an insurance, even a private insurance, requires, we don't collect that. We only collect what the insurance company will pay. Balance of an invoice not paid by the insurance, again, we don't pay that. And then the private pay invoices, if someone doesn't have insurance and they're a resident of the county, we don't send them to collections and go after that money. If you're not a resident, we will go after those fees. But Safe Harbor protects. The other thing is these increases that are being proposed only affect 6% of our billables. Only 6% of our bills go to private insurance.
Like the way you always use the burning question mark.
Exactly. Trademark.
There's some irony there.
Trademark. Okay.
Okay, at this point in time, we open it up to our citizen comments. I don't have a board. Does anyone have a comment for or against?
No one signed up.
So we move to. What's your pleasure, board members?
So there was no one signed up to speak publicly? So you just closed
So-
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll go back to my question, and it's just an understanding, right? Sorry, I got a little anxious. But here's, I'm trying to put this together, and I think, okay, there's safe harbor, right? No additional cost to the individual. Yet, something is driving insurance rates up. So it may not be direct, but indirectly, it may be driving rates up.
So I guess my only comment to that is our EMS service is not what is driving insurance rates up. It's other things, and if we're not keeping up with the market.
Right, we're obviously below it.
Correct.
I get
If we're
that.
not keeping up with the market and setting our fees appropriately to the market, then we're not causing private insurance rates to go up. I mean, our insurance rates for county employees went up this year. As I showed, the medical supplies are, that comparison, that increase, that was in 2 years. And that was from 2023 to 2025, what we paid 2023 versus 25, same product, same vendor, everything. That's the increases that we're seeing, that we need to be able to recoup some of that, or we're gonna be at a point where at the end of the year, we're gonna be coming back to the board and asking for more money so we can buy medical supplies.
And I get that, but, and I appreciate the fact that we're not dipping in as deep as we have to. It just seems like if everybody across the industry is doing the same thing, they are ultimately driving costs up.
So I guess the question is, if we don't do this, should we burden our taxpayers with a cost that would have been covered by other people's insurance? If I don't use the services at all, and the people that are, we're gonna make sure their insurance doesn't go up, and they're using the services, but I'm gonna have to pay for it. So, to me, that's the logic behind it, and I think you've come up with a good option in that we're not going on the top side, and it seems like you're relatively in lockstep with similar communities. So it's justifiable, if you will. But at the end of the day, if we don't collect the money that's sitting on the table from private insurance companies, we're going to be, whether we use the service or not, it's going to be like the water. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, I like this model because it's defensible, right? There's a methodology that you can point back to that's logical. It makes sense, right? A, you're in good company with a lot of other localities, and B, the reason that is because it's logical, right? We're not going, the TPA said, you should typically take it to 2 to 3 times Medicare allowable. That is typical in healthcare. The fact that other localities have it at 1.5%, I don't think we're soaking anybody. In fact, I appreciate the percentages that you put on the screen as far as percentage of increase, because taking the fee schedule to 1.5% actually tracks in line with the increase in fees or cost of the equipment and supplies. So I think it's entirely logical. I think we should stick with the 1.5% again, so that we have something that's defensible, that makes sense, and bring the second charge to the 801.
And if I could just kind of tag on to that, the other jurisdictions that are at this 1.5, at least I know Williamsburg does, I don't know about York County, but they have it in an ordinance that their EMS fees will always be 1.5 more than the Medicare allowable, and that way it's in the ordinance, and if you will, we don't have to come back for public hearing and stuff like that to keep up with the market.
And people can see it and know what it's going to be next year or whatever based on.
Yes, sir.
One question on that, and Mr. Jones, this is for you. If it's in the ordinance, does that negate the necessity to advertise for it because it's published in the ordinance what the rate will be, or does that still require advertisements?
We would just have to, it would be adopted as part of your annual budget.
Which is advertised.
Which is advertised for public hearing anyway.
Okay.
But it establishes what the fees are gonna be without just automatically knowing that somebody from EMS would notify Don that
we're falling behind.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's, appreciate you bringing that point up. I think that's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And maybe just not to belabor it, but Gary, I think you made the point that we collect 6%.
So this increase will only affect 6% of all of the bills that we
So
send out.
94% of the bills are unaffected by this change.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Well, you're just not sending a bill.
It's the nature of the call, right, Chief?
It's the nature of the call, or it's Medicare, Medicaid, and we only bring in the, I call it the low-hanging fruit, is what is allowable, and that's all we get.
Yeah, because you don't balance bill.
Right. If you look at Anthem, TRICARE, and so on and so forth, those bills only account for 6% of our total bills that we send out.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your your answer to the question. I think it explains it well, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted to appreciate the clarification too.
Yes, sir.
So do we need a motion to pass the new fee schedule?
You do.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the EMS fee schedule ordinance to amend the county's 2025-26 fee schedule.
With
Didn't need to.
With the change, the lowering of the rate.
As presented
for
this
ALS
evening.
1.
As presented this evening.
What about continuing of the 1.5%? How do we?
We didn't advertise that.
That'd be an
Okay,
ordinance
so we
change.
can't put that in.
I'll have to address it
Address that.
in next
And-
year's.
And just, I know there's a motion on the floor, but there's going to be another fee schedule amendment because we realized after the ad ran that there was also a change to the mileage figure, but by the time that they brought up that they needed to do that, it was too late to get it on. So they said, let's do this, and it was already advertised, and we'll bring that one up. It's not as important as these items.
Right. If you notice, the mileage didn't change because we missed it in the advertisement of the public hearing.
Okay.
But to put the mileage at 1.5% also would be 13.72.
But we'll do that at another meeting.
Put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Great.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mr. DeStefano?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Rosie?
Yes, so move. Okay, that brings us to the county administrator's report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of things that we wanted to discuss tonight. One of them being the capital improvements program that we currently have in place. At your last meeting, I briefly advised that during the budget process, we didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time on the CIP because we spent so much time on the operating budget with the challenges that we had there, that we wanted to come back to you all, have a more robust discussion of the CIP so that next year, everybody's fully aware of what's in there, and we will have already hashed out some of the issues and concerns that people might have. That said, in the interest of time, I'm breaking this up. So we're going to have a few folks come before you tonight to provide information from their respective areas. And then we will follow up at your August work session with additional staff presentations. So with that said, I'll ask Christy if she'll come up and give economic developments information as it relates to the CIP. I think this is primarily focused on Phase 3 of Shirley T. Holland, but there are some other things that I'm sure she'll touch on.
Good evening, board members. Christy Suffin, County's Economic Development Director. So the goal of economic development CIP funding is to create permit-ready sites for development that will bring in new industry. And the objective with that funding is to provide critical infrastructure projects in Shirley T. Holland, both phases 2 and 3, to create those permit-ready sites. Of course, this site development allows the county to compete for new industrial businesses, which helps diversify the tax base and generate additional revenue. So just for orientation purposes, this is our Phase 2 master plan, and the site that we have started to focus on as kind of teeing up for the next development would be this northwest parcel, parcel 2 here, that has frontage on Old Suffolk Road. So the EDA is planning to apply to rezone this parcel. It's about a 47-acre parcel, but with the uplands, it's about 40 acres developable. And it does need to be rezoned from RAC to conditional limited industrial. We do have a concept plan for that parcel of about 350,000 square feet. And the required infrastructure work there would be another extension of Waltney Way and also an extension of water and sewer. I don't know if we want to get into estimated costs or.
Unless there's questions, I'd
Okay.
keep a big picture right now.
Okay, but just going back really quickly to show you. So this is where the current extension of Gwaltney Way will end, this red kind of cul-de-sac area here, right at the end of the Safeco building. And then if we were to develop this parcel, we would need to extend the road all the way up this way. And it would give us a second access into the park from Old Suffolk.
Yeah, part of my issue with the way CIP is right now is that, I know you're presenting, sorry, but is that we don't estimate costs. So there's really no way to tie anything to a strategic plan and then estimate if we're gonna have to borrow money or what kinds of things we're gonna have to do in the future, at least on a 5-year outlook.
So we do have planning level estimates for this work that are pretty pricey because we're having to navigate wetlands as well to accomplish.
So Christie, give them the price tags.
It's about $16 million.
16 million.
And I don't know if that's even feasible for one parcel.
To take the road from where it is now up to parcel 2.
Yes, road and utilities, stormwater.
Wetlands mitigation.
Yes,
And at
all
that
of it.
point, if you had a purchaser or whatever for parcel 2, would we make the connection down 460 for water?
That
From-
is driven by a tenant's water requirements. So if their water requirements exceed our capacity, then that's the trigger for extending the water line. Yeah. Now, another option would be if we've talked about maybe this could be a private driveway to access the parcel. So there's still a lot more work that would need to go into exactly how that would.
And you can't access it from Old Suffolk Road?
Only cars, basically, because that road is not suitable for truck traffic. So it would just be your employees and your visitors coming to the park through that entrance.
And you don't think it would cost less to improve that road than to build a new one through the wetlands?
That's not something that we had looked into, but.
There's already a road there, just wondering. It's a long ways down, but thank you for the wag on the pricing, appreciate it.
I was just curious. I saw a head shake. I didn't know if that meant didn't think about it or don't do it or anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe for another time.
There's a lot of right-of-way issues you're gonna run into on Old Suffolk.
A lot of right-of-ways issues is what we're being told.
Thank you, Jamie.
Good enough.
$16 million worth?
We got a good attorney.
No other creative options.
Anyway, just a question.
So another piece of phase 2 that we're deep into right now is trying to attract tenants to the 460 Commerce Center, which is scheduled to deliver around August 1st. And we also now have a vacant Keurig building that is under contract and available for lease. And with that, and not knowing who those future tenants may be, if they are large water users, manufacturing uses, we're going to have to look at extending. This is where we talk about extending the water capacity, extending sewer capacity, expanding sewer capacity. We've had the question, can we get additional water from the town of Windsor? Because the park is limited to 100,000 gallons per day of water from the town currently. So could we get additional water from the town if we had that need? Or do we extend the water line from Suffolk? And that's about a 2-year project.
So reference to the water line, what's the latest estimate? I thought it was an 18-month. They were supposed to have it to where they were able to accommodate as 18
Yeah,
months. Do
the
they
only
still have
problem,
that?
because I know we served the water board together, but the only problem I recall from that was that, oh, we got a water guy here. The only problem that I,
I'm biting my tongue.
Sorry. Well, come on up.
yeah, please,
Come on,
because
let's- I mean, if-
the only issue that I
Yeah,
remember
let's
from
make
that
it
is
budget.
Suffolk has not yet appropriated the money in their CIP to build the extension. I mean,
Right, it's just
There you
exactly
go.
what you're all hitting on. There's a time, lead time, you know, it's the catch-22. They'll build it as soon as there's demand, but we don't wanna, you know, build it until there is demand, and nobody's gonna commit to a site without the water there. And the issue with the town of Windsor, my understanding, and I'm a little bit new, but the capacity that Windsor can give us is not that great. So it depends on the size of the tenant you have, the water demand they have. That's gonna really drive, is it a quick fix with Windsor, a small amount of work from Windsor, or the big, long lead time of taking that 16-inch main from Suffolk down 460?
And as you know, you gotta worry about the stagnant water and if you're not using enough of it.
Exactly.
what was your comment? Sorry.
And because of the size of the main, as you know, if we don't have a user that's using enough water out of it, you can't have that stagnant water sitting in that large pipe. Then you end
Oh,
up
right.
having to dump water.
Start talking about chlorine addition, additional chlorine addition, you know, tank agitators and lots of other stuff like that.
Chrissy, the previous property that you showed, what tier level is that?
So since this is part of phase two is a conditional tier 4. And it's conditional because of the limited water capacity.
Knowing that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the tier system, if it's tier 4, it's more likely to go to some type of a use compared to a tier 3 or a conditional tier 4. I'd be interested to see if a $16 million road or that water improvement that would bring it to a proper tier 4 would have a higher return on investment and marketability.
I mean, we could definitely look into grant opportunities with the state for site development that could help us with this cost.
The road, when I think of that, it, you know, lends itself to a transportation type facility, where a manufacturing type facility would need access for workers to get there, but wouldn't need necessarily the same capacity for the road, because you're not gonna see the same truck traffic. But they do depend on water, you know, 3-phase AC power, et cetera, things they would need.
So we're not suggesting or proposing priorities, we're just giving you the projects right now.
Right.
So all of that would need to be evaluated, but I think that's a good point in terms of getting the best bang for our buck.
How many more major employers or spots, if you will, are available at Shirley T. Holland? You said you're focusing on this one parcel, but you have to replace Keurig, but what's the?
Yes. Replace Keurig, the phase 2, or the parcel 2, northwest parcel. And then we have one large parcel in phase 3.
That's not shown here.
That's coming up next.
And how about parcel 1, new warehouse? That's already spoken for?
That is the 460 Commerce Center.
The W.
This-
Jordan project.
Okay.
Yeah, this is our master plan from early 2023, so before they. And continuing with the utility discussion, we've had lots of discussion about what to do with the capacity of the pump station 13 that's out there on Gwaltney Way. It was not built to handle the capacity for manufacturing. And so it's always been kind of pushed to the limit. And so if we end up getting 2 manufacturing uses in the 2 buildings, then we could need to see some upgrades there.
How much does that cost?
Well, that's a discussion I'd like to have with Dave and our engineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in his report.
We're not drilling down that.
We'll be here tomorrow.
Well, the bank will shut down as well.
And another thing to consider is if we do get some, large manufacturing users with a lot of employees, there might be a warrant for a traffic signal at Old Mill. So we have a warrant analysis that was done in 2013, specifically around Keurig, and if they got to their 800 projected employment, that could trigger the need for a traffic signal. So that's another thing to consider.
Turbo T or something.
So with phase 3, so just for quick reference, pretty much everything that fronts along 258 Walters Highway down to Sunset is either under contract or under option for the cold storage facility. So the 73.6 acre, the former Griffin property is really what we're talking about here, is the largest area of developable area. Oops. And what we've talked about doing is creating a sort of a master plan or a concept plan that we can figure out what is the highest and best use for that parcel, the building placement and access. That parcel does not have direct access off of Buckhorn currently. And so we'd have to figure that out. And also, that road is also not suitable for truck traffic. That would be associated with some manufacturing and warehousing distribution uses. But this parcel has actually been studied by a data center consultant that did a regional study. And so it could be considered for that kind of use.
And how do you access it now? What road?
Well, normally we either go by the VDOT. There's a gate by the VDOT facility that's right there on Buckhorn, and there's a path that you can get back there that way, or you can come through from 258 and just follow the farm paths through there. Yeah. So no direct access yet, and also no utilities. So we would have to talk about an extension of water and sewer again. And from what I've heard previously, the lines in that area are aging and require an upgrade.
Good news is, I guess we get water from Suffolk. I'm just talking out loud, but if we get water from the line that we share with Suffolk, then they bear some of the cost as well, right?
I'm not sure about that, to be quite honest.
Yeah. And you'd want to look at whether or not it makes sense, depending on the end user. Do they want raw water or do they want treated water? Because what we get from Suffolk is going to be treated water. And so a lot of those things have to be taken into consideration in terms of who the end user might be and what their needs are.
See, I think that's why this discussion is really good, right? Because it helps us target buyers and really understand what we're talking about.
So another thing that I rediscovered, I guess, in our master plan when I was reading through it last night, apparently the 100,000 gallon allotment for Shirley T. Holland is also meant to serve the 460 site. So that's another 4 buildings that you'd be, that would all be competing to use that same limited quantity of water. So just something we need to think about.
Would you just backed somebody's options into a corner with that?
Yeah.
Any other questions or?
How about the Franklin Airport economic strategy to work with them? I mean, any potential capital needs with that?
We've worked very closely with Franklin Southampton Economic Development for a number of years to market that property. We've talked about grant opportunities with them through the state, through Go Virginia, site readiness. And what we would probably need there is for the county or the EDA to provide the matching funds to get a grant because from the discussions that we've had previously, the city was not able to provide the match. So we would have to, if we want to.
Yeah, and maybe, not to belabor it, but probably to back up a step, we would need an agreement with the city that they would want us to partner with them. And,
Right.
Given that I think they'd be agreeable to that, there are some opportunities, but primarily us providing some funding for match money would allow us to potentially capitalize on some federal money for upgrades at the airport and make the airport much more attractive.
Right.
But in terms of the industrial property around that, I think the market rate is like 28 to 30,000 an acre.
28,000 an acre.
So there need to be some consideration as to what role we play with that.
And there's a lot of due diligence that needs to be done on that industrial area. A lot of what the city had done previously was late 80s, early 90s. It's very old, expired, would have to be.
So in a 10-year
redone.
CIP, though, do you think it makes sense to put a placeholder for matching grant funds to bring that development alive?
Again, I think it would depend on what role you as the board would want to play in that. Are you a partner with Franklin? Do you have other aspirations for either acquiring or utilizing other properties in that general vicinity? I think there are a lot of things that we need to look at for that corridor in terms of how you'd want to invest funds.
And, I think you've already mentioned this, but to me, there's an element there where we've got skin in the game because it's part of the revenue sharing. They need to have equal or the appropriate amount of skin in the game. Otherwise, to me, it makes no sense for only our citizens to be footing the bill, which I think was probably what you were touching on.
I just want to take advantage of the gym that is that space and the triple runway and, it could really be something to help,
But it seems like Franklin has its own set of challenges in being a economic partner. Is that a fair statement, or maybe it's a little strong words, but we all have our challenges, and I think they're not any exception.
Yeah, again, I think part of what maybe we haven't done in the past is to literally sit down at the table and talk about what is the potential vision for that property. What's the vision for the airport? Because the city may have one. I've just not seen that articulated either in a study or some document. There was a study that was done not too long ago.
There is a master plan.
Yeah, and a master plan that looks at that property, but again, there may be some opportunities that haven't been discussed, haven't been looked at, that collectively we can pursue.
Thank you.
Are any of these projects something that would, you would consider EV RIFA to do a large-scale project with regional buy-in?
I've actually thought about the airport being EV RIFA because there are
Right.
already two member partners
At the table.
at the table.
I think that was kind of what came to mind as well, the airport.
We may need to look into some creative opportunities since Franklin does not necessarily have the finances to invest in it, and maybe some alternatives for us. I would love to investigate some of that. Maybe we would buy some of the land that they own that's in Isle of Wight. But I think we need to look at it differently, not just depend on them to financially partner with us, because I don't know that they can right now. And it might be an opportunity where we could move forward when they wouldn't be able to.
And there might be some creative ways of doing that.
Yeah.
maybe they can't put dollars on the table, but maybe they have some other resources or assets that they can put on the
Yes.
table that bring value to a partnership, so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was the appetizer. I'm going to ask Dave if he'd come up and talk a little bit about our utilities projects. And as you well know, we've had some recent challenges, and I do want to compliment our staff and the vendors that we worked with regard to the Windsor VAC system. We had some major challenges out there that you've been previously briefed on. We are really, really close to a very successful completion of that project. So I'll let Dave, I don't want to steal his thunder, but I do want to compliment the staff on what the job that they've done in that regard.
So, first time to meet y'all. I'm Dave Forsyth with the recent retirement of UVA. I'm sort of taking the lead now. So, with that, I know y'all have seen something was provided y'all in June of capital improvements plan from the utility side, but this is kind of an update, just a few changes.
Yeah, I'll just hand it over.
A few changes. You'll see it if you've got the one in your packet that's kind of individual short summaries. This is real similar to that with some slight changes. And as y'all will know, a capital improvements plan is generally a living document. So this is a snapshot in time. Prices that we put in here, that's current year. So if you pull that next year and say, hey, you said it was only 800,000, I want to cost you. My experience has been when somebody says that and they say, well, you said 800,000, it's a year later, prices go up. Keep that in mind. So this is if we were today's dollars. But also with that, as we go in here and we cover these, my thought was I'd cover FY 26 and 27, and there's stuff in here for out years. And as you have appetite or ask questions for it, I can go further. I did want to show you, trying to develop something that would be worthwhile. I don't have a slideshow, but I do have use of our existing county GIS system. We're going to start using this. And what you see up here on the board was the original version y'all had, showed the FY 26 programs in red, projects in red, and then the blue ones show this. And what this really is a big macro view. We also have a little table here that we can go through and it lists each of the projects by site. If you zoom in on any one, like say, for instance, one of these projects, when we get to it, and I'll refer to this as y'all need to, it gives you interest of what this project is. It's pump station number 2. It's a skid-mounted sewer system that is in the Camptown area, one of the major ones that's aged and old. And so when you get in here and we get to that one, I'll be able to pull this up and look at it, and even go so far as to be able to zoom into the map. And we even get to where we show where the sewer lines are, the houses connected, etc. In the future, I expect to have this tool, so we'll actually also have pictures showing the actual items that need to be repaired, so you'll be able to visually see it. And if you ask about it, we'll pull it up, zoom right in, and we can talk about it with some specific details.
That's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so we expect to have it really good in the very near future, where we'll have a lot of stuff. Our teams, as they go out using the cartograph tool, they can actually take pictures, save them for us, and we'll be able to pull them up and use them and have something close to real-time data available. So I just want to point this out to y'all, that this is a tool we're trying to work and have in the future readily available for y'all to refer to or see where something's at. And even now I can call to it. But with that, what you've got here in front of you, I'll know, just so you see the color coding. The red projects, if they're red lettering, that means it's a sewer project. If it's in blue, it means it's a water project. A quick reference for you. So much stuff here. But if we start off just looking at like every one of these years, some common themes will be the lead, copper sewer line, or water line replacement stuff. I'm sure you're all very familiar with that. Every year for the next 10 years, there'll be a project in here for this. And those are critical. So in the FY 26, that project's a key one where we're going to have to address that. And like in the Camptown area, the area I just zoomed in for you, that's a big part of what we need to address. So each year you'll see a lead service line project. Our intent is the state requirements generally say you need to do about 10% a year. Our first year, we're going to try and go out and do the mains. And when we do the mains, which is basically the lines coming down the street where they go up to where the meter is. We're gonna try and get those replaced. And as we get to that and look at the meter, we can then see what the material going to the houses are and the follow-up projects we can better define for what we need to do going to each house. So you'll see that as a common theme in every one of these. I can talk about it or read it to you when we get to it, but that's a common theme for one. The other thing that we'll talk about in here is you'll see a real common theme is repair and fixture of various pump stations that are old and aged. I mean, I try to tell people it's like your HVAC system for your house. You know, when you buy your house brand new, the HVAC, heat pump and everything works great. As years go on, you have to start paying for servicing, and at some point you need to just replace it. And so a lot of this stuff is very old. We're getting to the point where we have to just go in and replace it. So a lot of these narratives will describe that to you. And so I'm willing and I think ready for most of these to answer specific questions or describe them to you. So if it's all right, I'll just jump in here. FY26, the first one, talking about pump station 21 and 38. These are over in the newer area. I'm trying to remember the name, in the past the Publix and all the section, the housing sections on both sides there, a couple of nice housing developments. I'm sorry, I don't know the names all well. If somebody calls them out to me, I'll know them. But a couple of pump stations have actually already been there 20 years. Most sewer pump stations come in two varieties. They come in the kind where you have a pump that literally just slides down rails. It's called a submersible, and it pumps the sewage out. If there's a problem with the pump, you pull it out with a chain, and it's easy. Those are good for smaller systems, low maintenance, easy to repair. Unfortunately, some of the bigger stations, like pump station 21 and 38 here, they're the other variety, the older kind, which is a wet well, dry well, it's called. So literally, if you go out to pump station 38, it looks like just a brick building. But if you go inside, you literally have to go down 2 stories below ground to where the pump is. And the sewage collects in a wet well, one side of the pump station is full of the sewage. It flows into the pumps that are down there below ground. Unfortunately, pump station 21 and 38, when they were designed and accepted, I'm not sure why they didn't really plan on ever having to pull those pumps out. And these pumps, if you look at them, they're as tall as me. These are big 500,000-pound pumps. And so for a couple of these, we literally right now have pumps that are not working. We have one pump. So this project, and you'll see a couple more later, where we have to put in a system in to pull up and extract the pumps and put new pumps in. And that's no small effort. We actually have right now evaluated these 2 pumps already, these 2 stations, had a contractor come in, you know, basically x-ray the concrete, determine where we can put things in to lift and haul out. These are moving forward, but the next step is to actually install that crane, mini crane system, I'll call it, to extract the pumps. So project 1 there is relatively, it seems like small cost. The $60,000 is kind of a guess. To fix those, to be able to fix 2 pump stations right now, I already have 1 of 2 pumps failed. So we're literally running on borrowed time. If the other one fails, we have emergency pumps up on the top that'll run. They'll be super loud. The whole community will hear about it as long as they're going until we get them out of there. And they're less efficient, cost money, and not something we want to do long term. But in an emergency, we will have the ability to do that. The next item is your vac station that our administrator was just talking about. You guys have done a great job. You know, before now, if one particular homeowner or one line got broke in the town of Windsor, the whole town could potentially go down the vac system because it can't maintain a vacuum. What we've got in place now, they're almost done. We'll be able to isolate 1/4 of the town at any given time. And as we finish this, and they've done a great job, and as we get it in place, if something happens, worst case, we'll isolate 1/4 of the town to do repairs, and the other 3/4 of the town won't know. But it'll also allow us to facilitate the next work, which is here, which is to go inside the pump station and start replacing valves that had failed, lots of other things in there that are really bad and corroded. It's been a long term. Think about it's a sewage environment, and those pipes inside are rusting. Many of the valves that are inside, we don't have the ability to shut things off or isolate because the valves have rusted through. And so this will give us the opportunity. Jump into 3. I'll try and speed up a little bit unless y'all have questions. On Carver Drive, pump station 40. This is an older pump station. It's a small one. It serves about 20 or 30 houses. I guess it's near the Bartlett Water Tower, but I recall they give me an explanation. This is a real small one. It's really old and in real bad shape, and it's one single pump that's a submersible, but it's really in dire shape, and the guys are constantly having to go out there. We don't have it as part of our SCADA system. I'm sorry if I'm talking fast, but like a SCADA system, that's the electronic system, calls us, lets us know. That's so small, we don't have it on a SCADA system. So if that system goes down, we have to rely on somebody calling us and say, hey, my house is backed up, and it's probably been 20 houses backed up. We have to get out there, potentially get a pump, and it's, you know, a longer time to get it repaired. We need to rebuild that one. It's not a terribly big one, but to totally redo it, it's some money involved. The next one, item 4, this is SCADA, the SCADA system. Out of the some, probably what we have 45 pump stations now, like probably 15 water pumps and other key items that we track. We have put SCADA components into almost all of those. I'd say almost. We have about 13 left. This would do another 10 of those 13 this year, which we have lined up to get done, have that installed. And so we'd only have like 3 or 4 of the systems left, and we're doing in order of priority what's the most important. So that SCADA system continues that process of getting those done. Item 5, the Rushmere well conversion. So I actually had Phil Jones, our grease and backflow prevention expert for the county. He's really good. He actually didn't know this was going on, sent me a bunch of pictures and said, Dave, we got to really get on this Rushmere well thing. You know, it's an old system where they used to pump the water out of the ground to a big tank above ground. They'd have a compressor that pressurized the tank, then they'd have a separate pump to pump it into the water system. It's old, it's antiquated. Inside the tank, when they went to clean it this year, parts of the tank are collapsing. The rust is sediment falling into the water. We don't want that. We test it regularly to make sure it's safe, but at some point it becomes inoperable. And Phil sent me pictures today showing the concrete pedestal that this big tank is held on, you know, concrete thing. There's cracks in there so big he can put his hand through some of them. So we have potential where the tank could collapse. It's so old and in such bad shape. So this is another one of those things we really need to take care of right away. So jamming right along. Sorry if I'm not. We have a say, and just so you know, when we go to fix this, we're intended to pull all that stuff out and just have 2 pumps in place. We've actually already got the other well drilled. We just have to pull all this stuff out, connect the 2 pumps, and pump directly to the system now. And it'll be much simpler, easier, and at some point, it'll really eliminate a lot of potential problems and lower operating costs as well. Okay, Lawns Point. So Lawns Point is our only system we have that has high fluoride levels. And in my home area, we have a high fluoride level, so I relate to this really big. Fluoride system works great, but it's getting old. And it's on a skid mounted thing where they slide the whole thing in. There's 5 membranes. The piping is getting bad, it's starting to corrode. They're starting to have issues. They go to do a repair because some of the stuff in there's plastic, some's metal. We really need to pull that whole unit out and replace it. It's not the point where it's failing, but we don't want to wait till the point where it fails, because then instantly everybody has water that's 4.7 parts per million of fluoride, and the maximum you should ever have is 4 according to EPA. Some states will say it's 2, and the EPA is even talking about lowering it to 1 now. So we'd be 4 to 5 times higher than that. That would not go well.
Dave, RO is reverse osmosis?
Yes, sir. And that's actually the separate note. I'll try not to talk too long, but that's the current state-of-the-art use. But they are starting to merge over, and we've been talking about even the company does RO for us at Lawns Point, also does Smithfield. They do Camden County, North Carolina. I know those folks there really well. And they're actually saying now that they have a system called bone char. They literally take ground up bone residue from animals and all, and use it as a filter, and it works extremely well. You don't have any discharge water like the RO systems have, running off into the ditch that you have to keep track of or whatever. You just simply use it until the quality of the water starts to go down, and you replace that and stick it in. But I'm not sure we'll have the ability to convert to that.
Water supply in Windsor?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
How are their fluoride levels?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head. I know that of the other, we had recently Mr. Kellogg, I think it is, come and offer, do we want to buy more systems here? And I was like, I think from what your predecessor, Mr. Robertson, started sending me copies of, it looks like 5 or 6 of them are all way over the fluoride level. So of what's owned by Allouette County, only Lawns Point is exceeding the fluoride level. But the other private systems in the county, a lot of them are over. And so if we were to take on more systems, we'd be taking on that liability. They're getting regulatory letters over that. So I think we're fortunate to only.
They're getting letters over that?
Oh, yeah, DEQ.
Violation letters.
Yeah, basically say you're exceeding the limit. And I'm not sure, it's one of those areas, it's kind of a gray area where they tell them you're required to notify your public, send out letters, let them know you're violating it. But I don't think they're taking any other action at this point. They may be getting to the point where they are, but we're not having to issue any letters because we treat ours as a regulatory limit.
Same way. Fluoride teeth.
It's really interesting. Thank you for all this work. I know the hour is getting late.
Yeah.
And this is all very detailed, and I appreciate
is.
the
I'm
color
sorry.
coding more than you know. one of the reasons that I wanted to kind of hear from you, welcome, by the way, and thanks for the work, but one of the reasons that I wanted to hear from you with regard to the CIP was that, we have placeholders in the CIP right now, it goes out 10 years. $300,000 a year, every year, it's just a placeholder. I mean, I'm adding all of this stuff up, $2 million a year, probably doesn't cover it.
Not even close. But that's not uncommon. I don't want to, I'd love for you to give me 10 million a year for me to catch up with everything in 3 years, but I know that's not the reality.
No, this year was 2 million.
Yeah,
You get
this
2
year's
million,
two,
the
right.
one that we just,
Yeah,
the
I'm
year
saying
we
you
just
give me
started.
10 million, I can use it.
And
Right,
so
no.
FY '26 is 2 million. If you do '27, it's probably gonna be about that much or more, and.
I'm saying our current CIP says $300,000 a year, every year. Again, hard for us to see the full picture and know what we have to pay for and what we have to spend if we don't have accurate estimates. So thank you for the work.
Trying to get, and I should say, accurate estimates is a little tough, because one of the things you'll see added in this versus the previous version you had, I have in there a cost for my perspective is we really need a garage building for doing our utilities work. We really do. We need to have.
That's in here or it's not?
I've added it in there, but the guesstimate I came up with was $2.8 million to build the facility. And the way I came up with that was going online, looking up and see people that recently built them, 2 to 3 bays. The cheapest anybody had built with like 5 bays was like $700,000 just a shell. And then one town in West Virginia built one 6 bays, and they spent $16 million. And I thought, wow, that's the gold standard.
So currently, if you have a pump or something to work on, they're probably working on the back tailgate of a truck or trying to find somewhere to work. You don't have a shop.
We don't have a shop. Now, our utility services building that we just got pricing on Tuesday will help some. The guys have a building, and it'll give them a place to put storage. Right now, our guys are working on 2 trailers over there. We have
Just
23
put that in
people.
perspective when we're talking about a school bus garage.
Yeah, we got
Yeah, no,
22 guys working at 2 single-wide trailers. And where they store their stuff, we're sharing a space with Public Works, and luckily we get along well with each other, but we each have 1 bay of a space, and we're trying to store all of our stuff, including, the water meters and stuff. You bring in a couple pallets of water meters, all your space is gone. Having working tools, nowhere to put it. Our backhoe sits outside. Our vacuum truck that we use for trying to clean sewage clogs sits outside. Our trailers sits outside. So all that stuff sits outside. Anybody who has a tractor like I do sits outside, it's gonna start weathering and rusting, and you're gonna have more
Yeah,
issues with it.
you
So,
at least need a little pole barn.
right. The other thing I have in there, I added, and I appreciate y'all allowing me to kind of advocate here, but I have in there a vac truck. And right now, we use a good company that's done the work for us at Windsor, Phase Line. They've done great work and do repairs, but paying somebody to do stuff is a lot more expensive than doing it yourself. And one of the key things of doing work, like just repairing a water line, a vac truck is an enormously good tool. In a small town where I worked before I came here, we only had 2,000 customers. We had a vac truck, and we did have some repairs at times. One cost us $50,000 to fix that truck. That was a hit to a small town. But we could go out when a water line breaks. We didn't have to turn the water off. Use that vac truck to sit and suck the water out and do a hot fix, we called it. You literally could cut the pipe out, stick something on with a valve and everything, put it all back together, cinch it in place. You never turn the water off. Now, people do that water downstream, but we could do a repair in an hour. And my guys could do it. I had 4-man teams, my entire staff. And with a vac truck, we could do that. Right now, our staff don't have the ability to really do that. And luckily, we have Phase Line. But we are paying a premium, and those guys do great work. I don't want to take anything away from them. But if we at one point could afford to get a vac truck, I mean, we wouldn't want to sit outside because you keep water in it. So if you have to clear a sewer line, you can run right out and do it. In the wintertime, you can't have it sit outside with water in it. It'll freeze, break stuff, and you spend money for it. So you sort of have this equipment. If you're going to get the equipment to do the job right, you need the facilities to keep them and take care of it. And quite honestly, it also, this whole thing, I'm sorry I'm advocating now. I'll shut up, but since I've got your attention for a minute, the staff, if you're trying to recruit people to do the job and get good quality people to stay here, if they feel like we're not really giving them tools to do the job, it kind of is a little demoralizing. It's hard to recruit people. If they see us getting the tools to do the job, training them to do the job, it's kind of it helps keep people here. But also, you also acknowledge that, hey, you're going to get some people here, they're going to learn the job, they're going to leave and go somewhere else. You're going to pat them on the back, thanks, appreciate you coming. But they're going to be your recruiter and say, hey, I went there, learned how to do this. They got a great organization. They're doing the right things. You ought to go there if you're trying to get trained up. And we'll get 2 or 3 years out of some guys before they leave. But it'll be good. It's a sort of reinforcing model to get the things you need, take care of the things you need, and get the staff you need. And That's kind of my perspective. I know we're a smaller county and budgets are limited, but it's worthwhile. I show it in a few years out. If we could try and do something like that, it'd be a great benefit.
Might be also an opportunity to collaborate with some of our towns, because they obviously have water systems.
Right.
Smithfield has a back truck.
Yeah. Suffolk has 3 of them, I think.
How many vacancies do you have in the department right now?
Right now, we have, if I take the director's job as I've done, then my position, then our operations manager, John Warren, left, and John Waltney took that, so his position's open. Then we have 1 pump station mechanic open as well, and then there's, I think, also 1 utility worker. So technically, we went from having, a month ago, we only had 1, and then the pump station mechanic left, and then Uva retired, and then John Warren retired. So we technically have 4 that we're advertising for right now. And it's a challenge to get people. So anyway, thank you all for it.
I appreciate the work on this. Part of this a couple months ago, when we started looking at our budget and finances, actually may have been a little bit farther back than that, and talked with Over and stuff, and I says, we started getting hit with the Windsor situation. I says, I really want to see a schedule that shows and it has planned maintenance and all in it. And up to that point, we really hadn't seen a long-term plan in terms of replacement and repair. And to have this in front of us now and to be able to plan, to begin to budget, I mean, some phenomenal numbers you're averaging from what I was looking through quickly, about $2 million a year plus. But at least it's not a slap in the face and it's all of a sudden hitting us with what we got to do. Now we can plan for it, we can budget for it, we can move ahead, and I really tip my hat to getting this out to us.
A lot of this work, Uva worked hard to try and help get this
he
together
really did.
before he left. He did.
Hey, I'm sorry, one more question. Ben's Grant water tank, right now, there's a placeholder of 2.3 million in FY 26, 20, and 27. That's not in your plan because it's already funded?
That's funded.
Okay.
And if you know, to carry along with what Christy said, and I realize now I really need to coordinate with Christy a little bit more, trying to help answer some of her questions. If you notice that there's a couple in this sheet now, a couple of items we have where we have line replacement in both sewer and water. And some of that, where she talks about some of the lines need replaced, that's exactly what some of this could be used. We can prioritize which lines need to be replaced, but we'll be able to flex if she says, hey, we really need to fix 1,000 feet of line over here. We can flex in a given year and say, okay, that's going to be our priority for this year. But we have a lot of old lines here that need to be replaced, a lot.
Yeah, I think about economic development, and I think about what we just went over a minute ago, and we got road issues, we got water issues, we got sewer issues. We're not shovel-ready by any stretch of the imagination. Right. And we're trying to bring industry in here, and boy, we're very limited. Our hands are tied pretty much right now on a lot of this.
Well, hopefully, like with the Windsor VAC system, the capacity is a big issue for them. I mean, that VAC system is pretty much at limit, and I know we took it on with the understanding we were going to maintain it, not expand upon it. And the way it's constructed is really not amenable to expansion. But what we need to be considering, and I would say you as decision makers, is potentially that as we move in growth mode, that where we can put in gravity-fed pump stations, we could potentially pull some of those houses and areas off of the VAC system and put them on the gravity sewers, the newer sewers that we would put in around the periphery, and it would avail additional capacity back to the Windsor VAC system. But, I mean, that's a big picture, and it has to be, as some area adds a new sewer pump station in, what area can we add to that without much impact? So that's just something we should be thinking about. I should be thinking about, hopefully for y'all, and bringing that to your attention as it comes up.
Thinking about water in general, where are we on the pump station for Route 10 for the hospital to Ben's Grant?
So I actually was at the site yesterday with the guy doing the tank. He asked the very same question, and Uva and I had a discussion, and he encouraged me to approach Bobby and Henry Morgan, who came out there, about us getting a very specific site. The site is the I guess the challenge right this second, establishing a site. And until we do that, we can't really make a solid plan to build.
So I had talked to a property owner that was in the area that apparently that needs to go. The only, we wanted to have an idea, what would it look like? The only picture we had of one, and if I remember correctly, the only picture that was provided was the one for Hardy Elementary. We stripped that thing down because we said nobody's ever going to see it, so why make it look decent? I was a little embarrassed, quite honestly, to show the property owner that picture. And I apologize, because it's not like I've been asking 20 times for another rendition but if you'd like for me to approach that owner, I need something that looks a little bit better than what I originally had. That was all that was available. That's if you still need me to. But I know that there's an area there that the property owner said, show me what it looks like, and we'll at least begin thinking about it or talking about it, so.
So the site plan didn't accommodate site placement for the pump station?
It's down the road to address the elevation.
Right, as I understand it, coming in late, but as I've moved forward, I've done the procurement for the tank, but I wasn't conceptualizing. But what was described to me was the tank is going to provide immediate pressure for the general area and some fire flow for the hospital. But that booster pump station will be needed to make sure we get the rest of the area up and maintain a pressure that's good. I mean, and the tank will do an immediate thing, but it's only going to get us like halfway there. The booster pump station will be needed to sort of give us the 100% capacity we'll need for the area at build out. And so,
For all of Ben's
right,
grant?
EPA today actually, in fact, sent me an email and said, where do you stand on siting your booster pump station today as part of the grant for the tank? And I said, we don't have a site yet. And they said, well, you need to let us know as soon as you get that, because that's supposed to be phase 2 of what we're doing.
I mean, I think everyone, including our citizens, particularly if it's going to be seen from the roadway, which my understanding it would want it to be something that looked nice. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's not, and again, I didn't ask staff 20 times. I won't say I guess maybe I dropped the ball. But if y'all could provide me with some rendition or something that I could show the property owner and ask him to.
I can go, I don't think it'd be terribly hard for me to go out and maybe research what other people have in the general area in Tidewater and say, hey, what do you have for booster pump stations? Show me some of your best looking ones.
Particularly along that corridor too.
Yeah. And I'm assuming, I'm not sure about here, do we have a specific architectural standard we require?
Oh, yeah.
There was, that's why we had to do some modification to strip it down.
Right.
So, but y'all, if
there's
y'all
some
can get
requirements.
something, that would be great.
Okay.
Good done.
I'll make this up.
No, that works. Dave can get it.
So I'm sort of truncating it. Do y'all want me to continue on, or y'all have
No,
enough
this
for
is
now?
perfect. This
Okay.
is a great level of detail.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for you, but thank you.
Would anybody like me, any other specific ones?
Any other questions, members? Thank you very, very
Thank you for your
much.
tolerance. Yep.
So now that you're warmed up, I'll bring in the heavy hitter. And,
He's gonna be quick though.
well,
I hope. Unfortunately, I don't think it gets any better.
Well, I'm just saying, it's almost 9:30, but.
As long as you don't ask for any money, you're okay.
Yeah. All right, so let me pull this one up.
So right now you have 645,026 for a medic tanker, 1.245 million for a medic tanker, 27, 575 in the next year.
so keep
I got
in
it.
mind, we've already spent $2 million
For
for
26.
26.
25, 26. Yeah.
That was with the Sycamore Cross
Right.
money. And I can talk about that as I go through here. Before I get started, I do want to let you guys know that I presented this same presentation to the advisory board last night, the Fire Rescue Advisory Board last night, to all of the chiefs. There was great discussion that we had. In the end, they did have a couple things that they want me to mention here, but they agree with what I'm going to present to you on their behalf, really, because it's going to the volunteer fire departments and the rescue squads. So for our purposes, we broke down the CIP areas into heavy fire apparatus and medic units, basically vehicles, if you will. Then we have some very high dollar CIP eligible equipment that I'll go over. And then finally, we have facilities that need to be considered going forward. And we can talk about that much. So you know what you are supporting and providing for fire. This is fire support in the county currently. So that we have 11 engines in the fleet, if you will, spread across 5 fire stations. We have 3 ladder trucks, 2 heavy rescues, 4 tankers, 5 brush trucks. Each station has a brush truck. We have the command vehicle that you see down at the fairgrounds all the time. And if you add up using just the 2025 cost of these vehicles, if you add all that up, you're greater than $35 million in rolling assets. This does not, and this was one of the things that the chiefs asked me to put in here, this does not include the freshwater boats, if you will, for they're over 20 years old. The flat bottom, if you've been in a station and you saw the flat bottom, white, almost John boat looking, they're over 20 years old. They asked to put that in there, and so you're looking at more than 35 million. So based on, so how do we determine what apparatus gets replaced? In 2024, January of 2024, the board approved and adopted a point system to determine what vehicle is up for replacement. In that point system, we look at the age of the vehicle, the mileage that the vehicle has on it, the original cost of the vehicle and maintenance cost, how much they've had to spend on maintenance cost. And then there's a couple other condition factors, if it's been in accidents, and it just, do the doorknobs work on it and stuff. So the condition of the truck and all of that is calculated to come up with a point system. And I believe Yep. So that is what Mr. Robertson is going to, that is our current point system with everything that you see listed up here. This is the most up to date. I've adjusted for the years. I've adjusted for the maintenance cost. I know it's so much information. I tried to go 11 by.
He wanted to get on one page.
You didn't want us to see it, is what it was.
11 by.
Oh, yeah,
17.
it looks good to us. I can't see it. That's all right. Well done, Gary.
So this year in the FY26 budget, engine 40 from Windsor is being replaced and approved at a cost of $1 million. The estimates that they are already getting back from vendors, that's not going to do it. They're looking at $1.3 million already from what they've been allotted.
So when we get estimates, are we simply looking at, the question is, are we simply jumping on somebody's contract? Or are we actually making the vendors sharpen their pencils and earn their business? I like to drive a Toyota, but sometimes I can't afford to, so I drive my Ford Focus.
So I haven't been involved with the specs and with them contacting vendors. I know they've contacted 4, if not 5 different vendors. They're zeroing in on a couple using the factor of turnaround time and obviously cost and features that they can get on the truck.
I listened to a Smithfield Town Council committee meeting not less than a month ago, where it was said that this advisory group was standardizing the buy and the equipment for medics. That was
For medic
units.
For medic units, absolutely.
Not for fire engines?
No, they're.
Why would that be different?
They're individual entities.
And quite honestly, in my opinion, you could still standardize a medic unit, but buy a different name brand. Compartmentalization and all that stuff, for the most part, you could standardize the operation so that you go to the right front compartment and pull out X.
Yeah, you
It doesn't
say
matter if
these
it's
are
a
the
Chevrolet,
specs.
Ford, or
Yeah.
a Horton, or whatever.
Right.
My question was, and I think he knows where I'm going on this, is you can get very creative. The fire industry allows you to do that. You can jump on somebody's contract, and it's a wonderful contract, and not just go add the bells and whistles. And by the way, the bells and whistles are at list price, not at contract price. But I digress. I guess my point is, it's wonderful to drive a certain name brand, but the wait times on this apparatus and the cost on this, and if somebody would take a moment and look at our budget, and along with maybe some concerns that maybe not around, too far around the corner with staffing needs, somebody needs to sharpen some freaking pencils.
I mean, 3 years ago, right before I left Norfolk, we bought a stock engine that one of the vendors was selling, and it was $850,000. That engine today, that's who I got these prices from, is that same vendor. That same truck is $1 million stock with no equipment, no anything on it. So it's the cost of, everybody has gone up. One vendor is 48 months to even get the truck back. Once you place the order, 48 months, 4 years before you get that truck delivered to you. I think that the shortest time frame that Windsor has told me about was like 28 months.
So is this all of our, I'm sorry, is this, I think we're missing some apparatus here. Because I thought I saw engine 53 not too long ago. Is it not on this list?
So engine 53, when Smithfield got engine 50, the advisory board made I won't say argument, but a stance to keep that engine as a county reserve. So it's not in the CIP replacement. So, and Mr. Keaton agreed to this, that we would keep one county spare truck. And that truck has been utilized in Carrollton when Squad 10 has been out of service for 4 or 5 months. It's back in service now, but it was out of service for 4 or 5 months, and it has run out of Carrollton as the second engine out of Carrollton.
I've seen it down there. That's why I knew it was around still and didn't see it on the list.
That number is still running around, and
So
so.
when it was
the
down there
plan
as a
is-
reserve, can I get some numbers on how often the reserve is being used?
I can.
I'm just curious.
Yes, sir. I can pull that. So the plan is with that county reserve engine, if you will, is when Windsor gets their new engine, we'll evaluate engine 53 and engine 40. Whichever is the better of the two will now become the reserve, and that 53 or whichever one is not in the best of shape will get sold.
Gotcha.
So the plan is to keep one reserve engine to be available to any station in the county, should one of theirs be out of service for a long term.
When it gets sold, where does that money go?
It goes, these trucks that are being sold goes back to the volunteers. New vehicles that are being purchased, it is in their vehicle use agreement that it's a percentage. If they have a percentage of money that they have put towards the vehicle, when that vehicle is sold in 20, 25 years, they get 10% or whatever their percentage is of the sale of that vehicle back to them. The rest comes to the county because the county has funded.
Did we do that with the, I call it chief's vehicle, the one that everybody gets one every year? Does that vehicle come back to the county when it's replaced?
No, sir.
Where does that go?
That is theirs. That's theirs. It's part of their county's contribution money, that the county gives one of the stations an allotment of money, if you will, for them to buy a support vehicle or a chief's vehicle. But that's their money
So
as
you're
part of
saying
their
the money that
contribution.
we appropriated to order the new medic for Windsor and the fire engine, you're saying that that's not enough to cover what we're trying to get?
So $2 million is what was assigned to CIP purchases for fire rescue next year. That is one engine and 2 medic units. We haven't gotten the quotes back for the medic units yet. We have allotted $500,000 each for a medic unit. We haven't got those quotes back yet. So we're thinking that they're going to be short of they're going to be below the 500,000 allotted. So whatever's left over there potentially can be put towards the Windsor engine because it's that one.
Windsor could kick in some money and have the percentage when it's sold go back to them.
That's definitely an option, I would think, but that would be.
So I think part of the conversation certainly has been and probably needs to be is, and I think you all were talking about this previously, what's that standard piece of apparatus? And the county would pay $1 million because that buys you that standard vehicle. Any bells, whistles, whatever you want on top of that, you bring your resources to the table. And I mean, that at least needs to be a conversation.
And I think the spirit of it was, and still is that one would sit on the sidelines and argue that we spend too much money on apparatus. But I think the rebuttal to that is, you look at how much money our volunteers save us. My only reason for raising some of the questions is, if the times are changing and taxpayers, it's just unfortunate, people, I mentioned it earlier, they're not going next door and volunteering at their fire station, they're just whatever. If we're gonna have to transition to more career staff to get fire trucks out the door, then the money has to come from somewhere, and at the end of the day, somebody's gotta ask the question. I was gonna say AIS, but maybe it's button seats. Are we really filling all these custom 6 4-man cabs? And some stations have 3 or 4 of them. I don't know, and I'm just off the top of my head, I don't mean to target anybody. But I think it's important that, and this is for another discussion because this is about CIP, I really think this board needs to talk to our advisory committee about really doing a push on volunteers, educating our public. I don't think most public understand, because first of all, our volunteers, what I know of all of them, are very professional, even if they don't get a paycheck for what they do. So I think sometimes our citizens have no clue. The trucks look professional, the people are coming off professional, that kind of thing. But we've got to educate them. And you and I've talked a little bit, and I've talked to other volunteer chiefs. The time is running out. If we don't do a real push and make a big deal out of it, we're going to lose that. And we're going to have to start transitioning to stock fire trucks, because we've got to be able to pay the salaries, and we can't buy the really nice ones anymore. And the volunteers take a lot of pride in their apparatus. And I don't mean to lecture y'all. Y'all know this. I just thought it was worth saying. I apologize. I know it's late.
So going forward, the next trucks that are, according to the point system, in this heavy apparatus category is the engine 32, which is up in Rushmere. That is a 1999 engine. Squad 10, according to points, would be in FY '28, and engine 52 would be in FY '29.
So 32 would be in 27?
Yes, because we've already done 26. Engine 40 was in 26. And you see, the sheet that was handed out, there's 2 of them that are highlighted in orange. The one in the bottom, the ladder 20. That is due, I got an update on that. That is due to be delivered in September-ish of this year.
When was that ordered?
How about the medic units?
That
Or
was
is
ordered
separate?
before I got here, and I've been here 20 months, so.
So on the medic page?
So I can go, if you're ready to go to medics, I can go to medics. So on the medics, we currently have 2 that are on order and due to go on the line after the first of the year, and we'll have them delivered in June of 2026. That's the ones that you see on there that are, it's medic 20 and medic 30. Those are the 2 ones that are already on order. In the FY '26 CIP, the other money from the proffer, that is medic 71 and, oh no, I'm sorry, medic 70.
70 and 62.
And 62. And 62 is pushing 300,000 miles on it right now.
So 20 and 30 replace 70 and 62.
Correct.
And then how about the next year, 71?
Yeah.
Medic 10, medic 72? You pretty much replace 1 a year, or no?
My goal is to replace 2. They 2 medic units a year, because their medic units just get beat up. I mean, it's 85% of our calls for service are medic calls.
You replace 2 a year, in 3 years, you'll be dipping into the
We're gonna
ones
be
we
caught
bought
up.
in 2022.
We're
So
gonna-
you can only do that for so long, and then
That's correct.
they're all new.
Well, they're gonna be 5, 6 years old.
Okay.
Right.
So, in your professional opinion, maybe I know I have limited professional knowledge, but to look at a medic unit that has 209,000 miles on it, do you feel that's responsible? I mean, to me, I would have shelved that 50,000 miles ago unless I had some reason, an emergency, because something was totaled or something. Is there a reason why we're holding on to a truck with 209, it's an emergency vehicle, 209,000 miles? Because you know there's a formula that you use for emergency vehicles.
Correct.
That show that mileage considerably more.
So here's what happened with that Medic 62. Is that the one you're looking
Yes,
at?
sir.
Medic 62. So, Isle of Wight Rescue has 4 ambulances that they have in their fleet, if you will. They had an ambulance that got totaled, another one that was out of service for a long time, and Medic 62 had to be the frontline truck for like over a year. So, but currently, we do and they do practice rotating trucks around as frontline trucks. So to spread out the mileage and spread out the use, if you will, on the other trucks that are there at 60. This truck is an anomaly because it had to be frontline for a long time and didn't get a break.
So why wouldn't we have a reserve like they're doing for fire apparatus when the mileage is
So
considerable?
there was a reserve. We're currently using it as Medic 30.
There you go.
That's the Medic
I
60.
think I think that was brought up before.
Yeah.
And how about those trucks that somehow they bought from Nan's?
Okay, so
Are they on here?
they are not on here because they are not part of the CIP. Those were extra trucks that Isle of Wight Rescue, Volunteer Rescue bought, and they are out there as reserve trucks. Those trucks, they're not sustainable. They're only good for reserve trucks. They're old. They've sat for a long time, and they don't need to be in the replacement.
I guess if Medic 62 went kaput, then they could use one of those.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. For example, right now, Windsor Rescue has 2 of their medic units completely out of service because of a fuel issue, and their fuel systems are having to get rebuilt on the trucks. A medic from Isle of Wight Rescue is down there now as their second truck in Windsor Rescue.
How did both trucks have the same issue?
Using the same fuel tank to get fuel.
So you had a bad fuel
It's being-
tank?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And it's
Blew up
being
2 of our
replaced.
medics?
It's being replaced. Yes. Yes. So, but once we're in the final stages of getting these trucks up and licensed. As soon as they get licensed, if Windsor Rescue is down a medic, one of those Manson Suffolk trucks will go down there as a second and or third truck.
They're not licensed yet?
Not yet. We had radios, we had to they had to relabel them, and we've got to get the state down here to relicense them to our agencies here. So currently, we have 11 medic units in the CIP that we're replacing, that the county's replacing. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. So now let's talk about this high dollar equipment, if you will. That because most of it is technology and all that, we are running stuff that is outside of its useful or expected service life. EKG monitors. We have 16 EKG monitors. So the question came up last night, why do we have 16? We only have 11 medic units. We have them on some of the chief's vehicles. We have them on zone cars. We have them on the Battalion 1 vehicle. So there's extra there. And Carrollton it was carrying two on there, one on engine 10 and one on squad 10, because those two trucks were listed as advanced life support engines, first response engines. So that's where the 16 comes from. We are currently running Life Pack 15s that are version 1s, version 2s, all the way up to version 4 and 5s. The version 1s and 2s cannot be updated anymore. They have sunsetted. So if one of them crashes, they can't be repaired. They're still useful right now, but if something happens to them, Physio has said that they are not going to repair them.
Didn't Riverside buy some of those? Or
No.
what did they buy, you guys?
Those came
AEDs?
through one large purchase, the 15s did. The county bought them as one big group.
Right.
The 12s were also bought separately. Yeah, they were Riverside. They did AEDs, as you can remember, but not life packs.
So if we have to go down this road and replace all 16, we're looking at $944,000 at today's price.
Okay.
So, so stretcher system, my goal would be to space them out so we're not doing all 16 at one time, and it's not as big of a hit as 944,000. We're spacing it out, so when it's time to replace them again, we're not replacing 16, we might be replacing 4. So that would be my goal. Stretcher systems, it is crazy. A stretcher, the stretcher that goes into the back of the truck, $33,000 for a brand new one right now, today. The remainder of that $35,000 that you see to make up the $68,000, that is the power load system that is in the back of the trucks. So a total and if you remember, we just put 2 of the power load systems and stretchers into the back of the 2 Nansemond Suffolk ambulances that you guys approved the money and the county paid for those systems. As we buy new ambulances, we will take out the ones that are still within their service life and put into the new ambulances, so that will save us on the purchase of a new ambulance. We won't have to buy this stretcher system, but they're beyond the stretchers that we are currently running are 2004 to 2009 stretchers. 2004 to 2009, and to replace them, we're looking at $33,000 a piece, just to replace the stretcher. So, another initiative here is the second set of turnout gear with all the cancer and the presumptive bills and the cancer preventive. The second set of turnout gear has really become the standard where it can be afforded. And what this does is it gets that firefighter back in service and back on the truck a whole lot quicker. They can come back and take their soiled gear, set it off to the side, change out their pants and their coats, and now they're in fresh gear that if a call comes in 10 minutes, they can go on. The way it's set up currently, if we have a structure fire or it gets dirty, they have to come back, take it apart, put it in a washing machine, wash it, and then 3 of the 5 stations have to hang that gear up in the apparatus bay and let it dry, and it may be 24, 36 hours before it's dry. So that firefighter is not available now. So, and it puts the fireman back in clean. So here's what's happening. So they can stay available, they keep their dirty gear and they're wearing their dirty gear, and it's exposing themselves to carcinogens, and firemen are dying every day of cancer because of contact with all these carcinogens. This will allow them to wash that soiled gear and go into a clean set of gear.
Is that complete gear, helmet, and boots?
That is not helmet and boots. That is the a complete set now is right at $5,000 from a new employee coming in to the county that we put in gear, boots, pants, coat, hood, helmet is $5,000.
I mean, to me, I know it's more money, but to me, you do the complete set. Otherwise, your saturated helmet liner and all that stuff, you're putting it right back on your head.
Those can be decontaminated. I mean, the boots,
And I guess at the end of the day, as we discuss this, and we don't have to continue to discuss it, but I find it interesting that we going to make sure that, we need to make sure that this is done. But I think they've got furniture on the apparatus floor sitting right beside diesel exhaust and all that stuff that they sit on. So why are we doing this if we're going to sit on carcinogen
it's gotta be a whole
saturated
program.
couches on a bay floor?
it's got to be a whole program.
You follow me, you see the irony here.
Go back to the fire trucks, the engines, you can buy a clean cab fire truck that is pressurized inside, and people have policies that you do not get into the cab of the truck with your turnout gear on. You take it off, put it in a bag, and put it in an outside compartment, and you get back to the station, and then you take it out. But the dirty turnout gear does not go into the compartment. That adds money to the cost of the fire truck, to have a clean fire.
I'm still stuck on
Clean
the
cab.
couch next to the.
Yes.
I just go by the stations. They're sitting they're on the bay floors.
Right.
I don't know if they're on all of them, but I find it so ironic that you'd have a cushion, cloth cushion, that you plop down in, get you some carcinogens off of. And I'm hoping that they're doing this with their gear. I'm assuming that they are because they're very professional. But we're going to make sure that they're not exposed to carcinogens in their turnout gear and all, but we'll sit on the apparatus floor on cloth furniture and stuff and he's maybe, every department's a little bit different. I'm just saying, I find it ironic.
It's everywhere.
Do you do occupational health inspections of the squad?
Occupational health of the stations?
Yeah, to identify things like the couch and the bay floor that's.
Not an official inspection. They have air scrubbers that are up in the ceiling that capture the diesel exhaust and stuff like that, but that's really about all that's in there for mitigation of products of.
Yeah, I guess I'm
the
just
diesel.
curious, to your point, we're gonna worry about spending $5,000 per set of second turnout gear, then we should probably also be diligent with other aspects of their
And I'm
exposure.
hoping just by bringing that up, maybe some people will help try to address that.
I mean, it is a recent discovery with the cancer and everything else. It's just something we didn't know before, and now we're discovering.
We've known it for 20
Yeah,
years,
we've known it.
because it's now 2025.
Oh, they've changed the whole manufacturing and of turnout gear to use different materials and stuff like that that don't have this PFAS carcinogen chemical, which is the fire retardant, and the water vapor that's in the turnout gear.
Difference now
They've
is
remanufactured, re-engineered the turnout gear altogether.
People are
to
winning
limit
cases
the
now.
exposure to the PFAS.
It's all about exposure.
Okay, how about, what's next one, facilities?
All right, so, sorry, so SCBA's, you're looking at 10 years down the road, that in FY '23, we got a grant, and we replaced every SCBA in the county. That cost us $1.9 million in FY '23. SCBA compressors, every station has a compressor. They're at $20,000 a piece. If we were gonna replace all of them, it'd be $100,000. And then the extrication equipment, if you remember in last year's budget, I put it in here because in last year's budget, we moved $60,000 out of CIP to pay for extrication equipment for Smithfield. So I put it in here as a placeholder in case Windsor and their heavy rescue need extrication equipment. Maybe it falls under this. The radio equipment countywide, that is more than just the fire rescue radios. It's 400 of them. Will asked me to put this in here just so it was a placeholder, so it didn't get lost in other. That is the sheriff radios. That's the radios in the school system. That's all of the radios that are in the system, that 400 of them and $5,500 a piece, if not more. And so we're looking at 2.2 million. And again, we should be able to replace them in batches, hopefully, versus a whole $2.2 million.
How old are those radios, Gary?
It was
8
before I
years.
got here.
7, 8 years old.
Correct. They came with the radio project that the county still hadn't signed off on,
That saves us money by not signing off.
or, so.
Gotta have it right.
But yeah, they're 8 years old and they're technology, so just like your computers. All right. So facilities. Carrollton is on there. If you remember in the FY26 CIP, there's $300,000 in there, I think, for the design of the addition of 10 bunk rooms and additional upgrades inside the station at Carrollton. And the estimated cost, and it's a rough estimate, is it'll cost like $1.8 million to build those 10. I will say, to tag on to your conversation earlier about if we should have to go down the road of staffing, 10 bunk rooms is probably not going to be enough at Carrollton. If we end up down the road, 4 on the engine, 4 on the medic, 4 on the ladder, and 2 on the medic unit, there's 10 right there. This was a discussion we had last
The
night.
bunk beds and the pole in the middle of
We
the
don't-
room, they slide down.
You talking about occupational hazards? Those poles were awful. I got a new knee out of one of those poles in Norfolk. So, so the Carrollton edition is already in the works and it's moving forward. This next one, it's my understanding, has been talked about for years and years, and
Decades.
and it just has never come to fruition. But the Public Safety Administration building, I talked with Sheriff Clark, I've talked with Tony, and it's really time for us to have a Public Safety Administration building that includes fire rescue, the Sheriff's Department, Emergency Operations Center, up-to-date Emergency Operations Center, and an up-to-date 911 to take advantage of today's current technology and all. The Emergency Operations Center, the same thing. We found out, we tried to do a web conference call in the EOC the other day and we weren't able to do it.
Our EOC is sad.
Yeah, so for example, fire rescue and the Fire Rescue Administration, we are spread out all over the county, as well as our logistics and our gear and stuff is spread out all over the county. So we have 3 of us that work right directly underneath this room. There's 3 more of the EMS billing that are up here in the space next to, right outside this door, that if a meeting is going on here, there's no ADA access to where they are if a meeting is occurring here. Logistics, training, and the pharmacy are all at Station 60 up in Smithfield. And then when you talk about logistics, our turnout gear is at Carsville, in a closet in Carsville. Our uniforms are kept here, and our medical supplies and pharmacy stuff are all at Station 60. So we're spread out all over the county. So it's time, we all feel it's time if we can consolidate this and get us.
I don't disagree with you. I know we're supposed to be, but I will say this. When you've got a huge building that services a rescue squad, that if you were in a helicopter, you jump over in a minute and be at an identical building. Quite honestly, that should have been our public safety building. It shouldn't have been sitting on that road. I don't care what the politics were at the time. I'll just state a fact. That being said, maybe what you do is you consolidate some services and you repurpose the building and make it a public safety building. We don't spend, it's not going to be $15 million, it's going to be a lot more than that. And we grow from there. I'm just throwing that out there. I know this ain't a planning meeting, but if we're gonna build, the center of this county has no services. I mean, it takes a long time for an ambulance to get out here to middle of the county. Central Hill people have been asking for stuff for years. Anyway.
And that is part of this. Part of this building, if you will, just conceptually, would have 2-3 bays in it that we would run at a minimum an ambulance out of. If we do response times and maps of response times, there is a street that runs right down through the county that we cannot get to in 15 minutes or less, and it's right through here.
I guess what I'm getting is you repurpose a building, and then you put a fire department, rescue squad, fire department, whatever you want to call it in this county, in the middle of the county. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents sitting here at 10 o'clock at night.
We still own property behind the building on Great Springs as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
All the way to the wood line, is my understanding. Other things that we have to consider is Windsor Volunteer Rescue Squad. That building was built in the 70s. It was a Butler building that has a brick veneer on it, and it is, it requires quite a bit of maintenance. The bay doors are short, which limit us on equipment and stuff that can go in there. I mean, it's maintaining, but that's about it right now. So that has got to be in the long-term CIP. The next thing is a fire training facility with a burn building. This would be a county-wide. There are grants out there that Department of Fire programs will fund a burn building if you don't have one within a certain amount of distance from our county. So I think that's something we need to look at. The big ask here would be land and a place to put it. So we have to look at that. And then when we had budget meetings this year, Smithfield asked, when they built the Smithfield station, I guess a back portion of that building got cut off because of funding at that time, and there was a phase 2 to it. Basically, if you've been in Station 60, Isle of Wight Rescue, the big training room in the back, that's the part that was cut off of Smithfield Station, and they are asking, if we could put it in the facilities and CIP to go with that phase and make it bunk rooms.
How many bunk rooms do they have?
They have 10 now.
Are they all full?
That would kind of go hand in hand with a consolidation plan.
And the conversation, again, last night was, if we go down the road of providing staffing, and they got the heavy rescue, the ladder, the engine, and all, the 10 bunk rooms that they have now is not enough.
Is the burn building by the airport no longer functional?
It's basically, I haven't been down there in years, but from listening to the people that are going down there for Fire 1 and Fire 2 burns, it's just not meeting the needs. It's small, it's got a very, I don't even know that you would call it an attic space that we would set fires in and stuff, and it's in sad shape. Suffolk now is getting ready to open a brand new one down at the airport that is going to keep or help us not have to go to Newport News, up to Lee Hall, or go to Virginia Beach, where the other two burn buildings are in the region.
Is there a fee for using it?
Using the one in Franklin?
Suffolk?
Yes.
Suffolk, no, in Suffolk.
Oh, I haven't.
You would suspect there would be.
I would. There was a fee for us to use the little building in Franklin, so I'm assuming there would be.
Because it's wear and tear on their building.
Correct. Correct. There's my question again.
Yeah, I thought you were going to turn that into a dollar sign.
Yeah, right. Right. So, sorry I didn't have any better news, but at least you know what we're, I think if you add all that up, we looked at it last night, you're looking at like $50 million.
There's a lot that you've put out there. My one question would be in terms of some sort of a timeline and prioritization.
So, That's a great point, and the only thing that I can say that we could put a timeline on is that apparatus replacement, because we have that point system. And we can truly track that out with the data coming in for the mileage and the maintenance costs and stuff. There's a couple trucks that are on that list that their maintenance cost is gonna this year because they've had some major repairs that have to be done. And we don't even count the vehicle accident damage as part of that maintenance cost.
And then prioritizing. Obviously, we give you all of it right now if we could, but we need to know your prioritization.
Sure. Okay.
With the items listed, I don't want to rehash all of them, but for the purpose of the CIP, it would be helpful to understand what's replacing something for the purpose of maintenance and upkeep, and then what is actually expanding the capability of public safety. That helps with our ability to accept proffers from developers.
Right.
Any expansion of a capacity.
So really, the only expansion of services that I have up there would be that public safety administration building that we would add a few bays to. The
What about
rest
the
is
medic-
replacement.
What about the Medicare at Rushmere? Is it because we've already done it, we can't carry it?
Already done it. That was January, right.
So,
Yeah.
I appreciate your line of questioning because in the growth study that we just commissioned and got back, there was a draft and then there was a final of the growth study. And between those two versions, the amount of money tied to a higher residential growth percentage jumped up between the draft and the final, like from $5 million required to, you know, if we had a certain percentage, I'm truncating of course here, but have a certain percentage of growth, it jumped up to 35 million. And what you're saying is that these asks that you have are not triggered by growth targets or percentages?
No, I mean, we look at response maps and stuff, like I said, and we have this vein that runs through the middle of the county that we could address with a building here.
Some of the disadvantage that we have, but it's a pro or con, as we talk about volunteers. If you travel through the city of Suffolk and look at the number of pieces of fire apparatus in every fire station, it's considerably lower than the number of fire apparatus we have in every one of our fire stations.
Correct.
So if anybody, volunteer or otherwise, I mean, how much more can you add? We'd have to build bigger stations. I mean, and that's the only way you could say that it's going to increase services. Would you not agree?
Agree. And we have the assets. We have plenty of assets and trucks and all. It's the bodies on the trucks that would be the difference here.
So with the exception of adding a station, if you will, or a squad or a building or whatever central to the county so that you can have a shot at accessing this road you speak of that's not accessible within 15 minutes. With the exception of that, and then the consolidation discussion and perhaps the addition of bunk rooms, et cetera, all the things you said, that's really it? And then the administration building? You're not focused on, even if residential growth hits 3%, you're not focused on having to add another building in the north end anywhere or add anything else?
So.
You don't have the bodies, you don't need the.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have the bodies to run it
We don't
anyway.
have the human assets to be able to do that at this point. You guys could move and allocate apparatus to a new station without buying new apparatus, if you will. But that would come from y'all of reallocating current assets if we had to.
You think you can maintain 5 to 8 minute emergency response times?
No, not here.
What's your number right now?
I mean, there's areas of the county that it takes 20 minutes to get to. From Smithfield to Mill Swamp and all of that, Sycamore Cross area, you're looking 20 minutes.
How about in the DSTs?
I have those maps, I don't know.
I'd be interested in those if you can send them.
Yeah, absolutely. We have run And actually, we sent him to the National Fire Academy, and he came to learn to model and
Become a model?
yeah, learn how to model,
Sounds like a class there.
response times and predict
Just saying. Good lady.
needs. So
Sorry.
yes, if we wanted to go down that road, we can, we have the data and we've pulled that stuff. I just don't have it on the top of my head.
Thank you. Very nice report.
Well done.
Okay.
So part 2, we will have at your work session.
Okay.
on
Oh, that was it?
Oh, there's plenty more.
So part 2, we'll hear from the schools and
Yeah, I have not
public.
invited schools yet. I'm bringing the rest of the departments.
Yeah.
Schools, I don't know how you want to.
I'd like to invite the schools on the 7th also.
We don't have time for it.
You're going to have a long meeting on the 7th.
I also won't be in attendance.
Okay,
I may
so
be
the
able to call in,
21st
but I
then?
prefer the,
Can they come the 21st?
That's a function of your appetite for long meetings.
I guess when they go to do the agenda, they need to let us know if we can squeeze it in.
Who's they?
The
School
chairman
city.
and the vice chair of the
Oh, okay.
agenda.
And the reason that I'm asking about this, and I know our next topic is the strategic plan, I think somewhere in the agenda we're talking about that, but I really feel like we need to complete our review of this 10-year capital plan. And the reason why is we need to make changes and edits to it so that A, we can do better long-range planning, but B, and probably most importantly, whatever is reflected in our CIP is what drives profitable items. So, quite frankly, time is of the essence because people are turning in projects all the time and asking for our approval on things. And if appropriate expenditures that are able to be covered, by profitable triggering events are not included in the CIP, then those developers can't even give us money for things like schools and buses and fire apparatus, even if they wanted to.
Well, we may have to appropriate additional time because look at how long it took just to do this one segment tonight, and we're talking about the other departments.
The other departments won't be quite as long because these are the larger. Public Works might have quite a few things, but the other departments won't be nearly as long.
Maybe if we can find out a little bit more about how long the school's gonna need, how much time. That could be a pretty long meeting.
Unless anything changes, I'll meet with the superintendent on Tuesday, so I'll
Okay.
talk to him.
We'll go from there. But if we can squeeze it in, that's great, but I mean,
On the 21st.
we wanna do the best we can, and I don't wanna have it so abbreviated that we don't get all the information we need.
I'm sure there's ways to prepare for it too. I mean, Don, I think like even just the 3 departments that presented this evening, there was a varying degree of presentation styles and information that was imparted. So if we could give them a little instruction as to what their time limit is, or it's not free for all, to your point, Chairman Rosie, right? Like, it should be kind of a standardized report.
So, I'll hold up for a minute because we got to talk about the strategic plans. I'll wait till we get there.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I think there's things that we can coach even, right? The school team and the rest of the departments that give their presentations. I think that there's ways we can economize and get them all in.
So we wanna move to the plan?
Well, I can go there. We didn't have any old business on the agenda, so
Not that I knew.
we can certainly move to new business in terms of, so the strategic plan update, if you'll recall back in the fall when you had your retreat, you all went through a full day of discussion about, your strategic plan. And we kind of intentionally, once we got into the budget process, we kind of intentionally held off on that discussion because that in and of itself should be a robust discussion in terms of what are your priorities, what's your vision, how do you want to strategize in terms of moving forward. In the grand scheme of things, I would have spent all that time we had tonight on your strategic plan as opposed to talking about the CIP, because in my mind, and you all can certainly correct me, the strategic plan is really what drives all of us forward. And so, we would love to spend as much time as we can on the strategic plan with you, because I think ultimately that's going to be very beneficial for how we do everything that we do, because it ought to relate back to the strategic plan. So, I don't know how much time you want to devote to it tonight, but, obviously we've got some information in front of you that is really just a compilation of your discussion items.
No more than 45 minutes.
Yeah, I do need to go to work in the morning.
I am respectful of that.
Yeah, I know, everybody else does too.
So the items that you all discussed, again, are laid out here, and why am I not pulling this up right now? So Mr. Crum organized this based on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and really looked at those things, and then outlined those key words that you all, and phrases that you all thought might be reflective of, like the core values and some of those things. We can talk about this generally, or we can begin to organize this in a way that I think maybe better facilitates your conversation. Tell me how you want to proceed as it relates to this discussion.
Well, I've done some work on this, and I do believe that when I went through, I'll just say, when I went through the supervisors training, like the rest of you guys all did, I completed that last year, as you know. And I remember completing my budget module and asking Mr. Robertson and Mr. Keaton where our strategic plan was. And they sent me the one from 2013, and they said, well, our comprehensive plan that we brush up and dust off and edit every 5 years is really more of our guiding document, right? Two very different things. I'll tell you, every other student in my supervisor class from every other locality had a strategic plan that they used to help guide their budget decisions and their CIP. So I've been on this since last February, trying to figure out a way to have times, right? So we had the retreat in October, et cetera. I have taken the notes from our October retreat, the 2013 document that we have as it exists, the Isle of Wight County Schools Vision Summary, and the comprehensive plan, and collated all four of those documents and come up with, I'm not saying it's perfect, I'm not even going to call it a skeleton of what could be a strategic plan, but it's words on paper that are reflective of those four documents and work products and efforts. So what I'd like to propose, if you all would agree, is that I can send that to Dawn. Again, starting point, at least it's a place to start discussing,
Yes.
right?
Why not?
Things.
Why not?
And is reflective again of what we as a group, and what I thought was beautiful about what we did in October was that the department directors were all there, right? Just like we got their feedback tonight on CIP, I don't even know that I would adequately be able to, I know I wouldn't adequately be able to outline what all we need for water and sewer projects, right? If they wouldn't have told us. And everything, you know, really in all the departments, we have to hear from them. They're the ones that are doing the work. And we're just, you know, giving the overall direction and signing the checks. So, again, to my point, willing to send that as a next step. And so, you know, if we could plan, and I don't know what else you have on the agendas, right? And we're a little bit hogtied, if you will, because we only have one meeting in July. So it puts a lot in August, right? Both meetings. But if we could really give some thought to that, maybe we make an attempt to, you know, all agree to look through this document that's kind of a combined and collated document. Maybe we all agree to do some homework, right? And bring our comments and questions and just a good healthy dialogue at the work session in August, along with a few departmental reports. Then we swing through and catch the school capital plan on the 21st. I don't know what the right answer is, but that's how I would propose we start.
I mean, personally, I think that's a good starting place. And what we can begin to do, once you all have had a chance to look at that, discuss that, is reorganize the capital program so that it better coincides with the strategic plan that you're beginning to develop. I don't know if any of you were casually doing the numbers or not when the folks were up talking, but part of the conversation that we have internally is when we put a plan in front of you, our hope is that we put a plan in front of you that is sustainable. There was nothing sustainable about what we talked about tonight.
Right.
And so, again, that's our reluctance about literally just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at you all with regard to capital projects, because I guarantee you, if you'd given any of the three folks 15 more minutes, they'd have rung up another 10 million each for you all to consider.
Well, I think Ms. Roundtree, and I know other people have thought about this too, but to your point, I think that's why some of the things happen even, and I'm guilty of, I'm more than guilty probably of it, is that we end up talking about money because we don't have this. We end up jumping in the weeds during the capital improvement review, as opposed to go ahead and have it in there, at least, like you said, staff has an idea of what direction do you think it'll fly, is it consistent? Or maybe it's just a new thought, something new that we need to consider, but at least you know kind of the roadmap, and I don't think it's fair to staff, it's definitely not fair to our, and I don't know about y'all, but I really feel it during budget time, because when we're in budget time, really rolling up our sleeves, looking at each item, that's why I got extremely frustrated. I felt like we weren't wasting our time, but I really wanted to dive into some things, because you see the figures in front of you, and you wonder why, or why not, so
Yeah, and it's easy to get distracted, right? And not see the forest for the trees. Because
Yeah.
at the time that we're doing budget, we're just seeing the trees.
Okay.
And if we don't have the overall forest plan,
Yep.
then we forget. And so if ultimately we want it to be one of our goals to attract 3 major employers to Shirley T. Holland to make good, if that's up here and we want to make good on our purchase and on our commitment to revenue diversification, tax base, all the things, then guess what? These department directors have to talk and plan for provision of utilities and water and sewer lines.
Exactly.
And it can't be a surprise that the 460 project that's supposed to support Port 460 is served by the same 100,000 gallon water permit that's probably inadequate for even what we have currently. So those things can't be surprises. And if we've done some of this uncovering of the rocks, and if we have the overall strategic plan, which I think we have all the pieces, we just have to put it together and then commit to it. And you're right, part of the kind of guiding document is we're going to spend 25% on transportation and utility infrastructure. We're going to spend 10% on economic development. We're going to spend, and we get those major categories, and then you translate that into millions, and then all of a sudden you have a plan.
What if we considered, I know no one's going to like this, but a meeting on the 23rd or the 24th?
Of July?
Yes, we have time to advertise, and we could do one of two things. We could either try to meet with the schools, or we could try to meet with the information you're going to give Dawn and pull it together to give us a little bit of a leg up for August. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but
Yeah, I know I'm out of town.
I
but
feel
I'm out of town that week.
Yeah, I'm
so
not
I have to
available
call
either.
in, but
okay. Is there any other possible date?
I kind of filled it up when I knew that we weren't having it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm willing to make a longer time commitment on one of the 2 dates that we already have in August.
Well, if you've done the work that you've done.
And I've done a bunch of
that
work, so why don't
gets
you look at the
a
document and
long
then-
way
yeah.
down the
Yeah.
road.
Right.
Because it sounds like at this point, it's just a matter of kind of massaging that into.
Well, and if we digest that and work on that, then there might be other tools. I don't mean to spend, but somebody that comes in and helps a little bit more, there are people that do all kinds of stuff. You know, some of them probably, that could come in and kind of say, okay, I see what y'all have here. Let's put some meat on it, or have you thought about this and that? And then we could actually, at the end of the day, end up with something really.
Yeah. I'll throw out the 31st, or you just don't want to meet in July, period.
I'm not, I'd have to look at my work
Okay,
calendar.
I'm just-
No
I'm in
idea.
town
Sounds
the
like we got a
31st.
lot.
Yeah, it's not a hard no. I mean, Joel has a worse schedule than I do.
mean, like I said, I try to close the gap whenever I can, whenever we
Yeah.
don't have meetings. Plus, I have the regional meetings that are going to take up some of my Thursdays.
Why don't we decide once you look at what this says?
Oh, that's fine. I just, we gotta have time to
Yeah.
advertise and discuss and set up a meeting, but maybe can think about the 31st, or if we don't, we don't. But I'm just trying to help with, we got a lot to cover. Okay, Don.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the last item was something that came to us within the last few weeks. And the more I dug into it, it's not as new of an issue as I thought it was. Apparently, this has been kind of rumbling around for the last couple of years. But there is potential federal legislation that would allow for literally bigger trucks, heavier trucks, to be used in the transport of equipment, materials, whatever on our highways. And there are groups that are coming together to not just discuss that, but there are certain groups that are in opposition to that. They cite safety concerns, the damage to the infrastructure, the overall cost to the taxpayers. There are any number of things that they cite as potential impacts of allowing these heavier trucks. I don't know if this is something that you all want to go on the record about, because on the one hand, you have that argument. On the other hand, you have the argument that we are kind of joined at the hip with the ports.
Right.
And we want more transportation. We want those goods to move from point A to point B, and maybe larger trucks are a way to facilitate that. So I don't know where you all are.
91,000 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
How big are the trucks that are coming out?
They're just throw another axle or something underneath them.
So I
Like
think
80,000.
I think I read
80,000
that
of
the
it.
average truck now was about 80,000 pounds.
Well, you can get
These are
overload
91.
weight in Virginia, but you can't get it through all states. But
And
it's-
someone's
that-
considering making bigger trucks?
No, they'll probably just throw more axles underneath
Allowing,
them.
yeah,
Be
allowing
two-
Or
more
you'll pull more.
weight.
6 wheels instead of 4 and stuff.
Yeah, or you just pull doubles.
And what it would allow is to actually reduce the amount of trucks on the road potentially by the greater capacity.
And have we talked as a region about this?
I'm not
It
aware
has
that
been discussed at some regional meetings, and it's, you kind of wonder, but there's bound to be like, I won't say a one-pager, but if you could find it, I know it's out there, where this group says all this stuff, this group says all that stuff. Would you be able to provide us with that?
I can
It's like
try
a
to
pro
find
and con
that.
thing, somebody's got it.
And I think the TPO has a meeting this coming week. I could maybe touch with,
It is next week, yep.
Beaver.
It doesn't do us as a locality any good to come out for or against something
But at least we'd be knowledgeable on it.
if we're not on the same page with the rest of the 7 cities or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I say there's a balancing act in terms of impacts and costs to the roadway versus supporting transit for the ports. And I didn't know where you all were in that continuum, so.
Need more information.
When I read it, two things came to mind. One, I was curious about the capacity of the James River Bridge, knowing that, a military manufacturing site on this side of the water, at some point we have to, transport heavy equipment over there, many times in excess of 80,000 pound current limit. And currently they do that via a special permit, but I don't even know if it's capable of going over the James River Bridge. It's not a frequent path for the major equipment. And then two, if there's any agricultural impact I don't know if I know when I grew up in Texas, many times they loaded a truck to 80,000 pounds because that was what was allowed.
Right.
But there was, if they could go over that, it would help agriculture with lowering the cost of transportation. And so I'm curious if we see the same thing here for what we grow here.
So what's interesting is, of course, we talked about it earlier, fire apparatus doesn't meet that. So they gross 80-some thousand pounds on 3 axles. Crazy heavy. In fact, you may see some of the signs in Newport News. It says emergency service, emergency vehicles, limited capacity, whatever. So, I mean, it's a lot of different dynamics to it, and I don't know, of course, any of the answers. But I would imagine somebody can give us some feedback on that, like you said, the effects on the bridges, what are their capacities, whatever. I think it would be good at least to be able to talk, educate.
Yeah, I'd be interested in Jamie's opinion, not that she has to give it tonight, but of the impact on.
How heavy do you drive your trucks?
The smaller bridges, for ag use.
So I would say just specifically the large bridges and tunnels, that there are not weight capacity limits that I'm aware of. It's usually size and height. But when it comes to oversized permits, they don't have any issues as far as weight capacity for going through any of the existing major bridges and tunnels across Hampton Roads. It's not weight capacity issues, which I learned when we had to do the permit for the Nike missile.
Well, don't you carry you need a sticker overweight permit on the side of a rig? Though some of them will do overweight
You do need a permit for it, but it's also restricted to Virginia. You get outside of Virginia.
Gotta get another one.
That overweight, no, not all the other states allow for that.
But you'll see on some trucks, they'll have several of them from different states, depending on where they travel.
There's 3 or 4 states.
Correct. I'm just saying that when it comes to actual restricted routes across the state, they can be restricted for multiple reasons, and none of our major bridges and tunnels are restricted because of weight. So if you have an overweight vehicle, you can still use those. They're restricted for height or width.
How about our smaller bridges in the county?
So all of those have posted weight limits. The ones that are not posted, I believe, are up to 80,000, whatever a standard tractor trailer weight is. It is on the operator to know the weight of their vehicle prior to crossing those bridges anytime it's posted.
It depends on how you spread the weight too.
We went through that before. Usually whatever it's posted at, it's not going to collapse if you're 5 pounds over that. They obviously post it at a conservative
Full
number.
bladder, I shouldn't have gone across.
They post it at a conservative number so that, for safety purposes. But I would say probably at least 30% of the bridges in the county are weight restricted. Now, as they replace those, and we're having a pretty high rate of bridge replacement in the county, you've probably noticed that. We're doing like 2 to 3 a year or a construction year. They're usually bringing those up to standard and lifting the weight restrictions. But like I said, I think we're at about 30% of our small 2-lane bridges are weight restricted. Now, I don't know that the trucks that they're talking about would normally use those routes.
They're
Probably
currently
not,
looking at,
but,
it's a pilot program
Yeah,
where they're gonna have 91,000 pound trucks on interstates right now, is what they're looking into.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and it's kind of an interesting opportunity to see who uses it to say things like, this is the opportunity to implement truck lanes on 81, dedicated truck lanes, which they use in places like Australia that have these oversized trucks in use on a regular basis. Things like it replacing our bridge infrastructure at a higher rate if we're going to do this. Is this going to make things like federal dollars for protect grants or raise grants or some of these other things more prioritized to areas like this where we're dealing with port traffic? Is that going to actually open opportunities for us? And is there a way to frame a response from our region that doesn't take a stand but just says, if this was to happen, these are the things that need to be brought to our community so that we can, respond to that without us actually having to take a position one way or another, because I'm sure the
Let
port
Jamie
is
write
for
the
it.
response. Let her write the letter. Works.
To more generalize the comment that I was making, though, is like, agree that it's good to align with the region, but also to influence it. And in order to influence it and take a position to begin with, we have to understand the attributes of our county and how it would impact us. Like, for example, do we have the number of bridges that have a weight capacity that couldn't handle it, that would
slow us down economically? Or would it be a benefit to our agriculture? All of those elements to influence our decision that we would ultimately go and, integrate with regional, but also letting our voice be heard as a county.
Yeah, I think it would be one of these things where we would want to make sure that if it was being used, it was funneled into those freight corridors, because those would be the only corridors that we would be comfortable with them being on. We would not want them off of those freight corridors and into our secondaries. Because even if they were at a limit where it could take the capacity, still the wear and tear, not to mention once they crossed that bridge, if they went the wrong way and had to turn around or any of those other type things. We run into this a little bit with the overweight dump trucks where they can put the second axle down, that sort of thing, from some of the borrow pits. So we do run into a little bit of this, not to this extreme. But VDOT has run into some of this before too on the back roads.
The Agricultural Retail Association is also looking into this and how it will impact farming in the ag industry.
That's my understanding of what the majority of it is, like where they have the super trucking in Australia and stuff. A lot of it is agriculture based.
And Mr. Chairman, you mentioned it. It is unfortunately designated as a pilot program, but it's a 10-year pilot. There's no such thing. After 10 years, it's not a pilot. So I think that's one of the concerns that some of the opponents have as well. But we can try to gather up some additional information and bring to you all.
I've gotten some emails about it.
So you have
I
gotten.
have gotten some emails about it, yeah.
I'm on the policy committee with ARA, and I know that we're having discussions on it, so I can bring how we're addressing it.
Well, and I think it would be interesting to know whether the trucks themselves, like length and height, is what would actually impact other drivers on the road more.
Yeah.
As far as you being in a vehicle next to the truck. If they're the same weight and height, they just a separate axle designed so that they can carry the additional weight. I think that would have a lot to do with a lot of people's perception of it too, because it could be that people driving down the road don't even know.
It would be involved in additional axle.
Jamie was last on the agenda without even trying.
She likes them, yeah.
So I didn't hear any desire to have another additional meeting. So we'll wait for information from you to help fuel.
Well, once we get the information from Supervisor Roundtree, we'll get that out to everybody and then hopefully try to pull some information together for your next discussion.
And even though we have not seen it yet, thank you for your hard work on that.
You're welcome. You'll love it.
So with that, any further discussion? Meeting adjourned.